Everybody, Uneducated Economist, back for a second video today. Came across a few articles. I did a little bit of just Googling on the marijuana industry, just kind of wanted to see what was going on in the other states, because I haven't really been paying attention much to the legalization of marijuana and what is happening within those industries. I was never a fan of marijuana stocks, marijuana companies, trying to profit off of the legalization of marijuana. Now, there is a lot of money to be made in the first initial legalization and the industries that kind of boom from that. But I knew a long time ago that marijuana was not something that is a profitable business to be in. Like, I knew this a long time ago. It's a worthless product, right? It doesn't provide any kind of use, doesn't provide any kind of benefit. It is not something that is even remotely close to being profitable or valuable until it is illegal. Once it's illegal, man, now you got something that has profit, because with risk comes reward. But that's the only way you can really be profitable inside of the marijuana industry, is if it's illegal. And if it's illegal, now you have a place that you can move into and actually make quite a bit of money at. Now, the reason why I know this to be the fact is because I grew up in Oregon, and Oregon always had marijuana decriminalized. It was never a crime to possess, own, smoke, have. It was never a crime. It was a misdemeanor. So if you got caught with less than an ounce and it wasn't packaged up for distribution and you weren't driving and it was just like your personal consumption, slap on the wrist and you went on your way. Nobody went to jail. Nobody lost their livelihoods or anything like that. None of that kind of stuff happened. If you were producing or selling, then, you're in more trouble. But just the simple consumption or the possession of marijuana, never a big deal. So knowing what the marijuana industry was really going to be like, just from understanding how the culture really is with marijuana, right? Because this is the thing, you really think about it. Marijuana is easy. There's nothing to it, right? I mean, you throw some seeds in the ground, it's a plant, nature takes over, it grows. Now, no special talent, no skills, nothing is required to do it, right? Now, if you are going to be a brewer, right, who's going to brew beer, you really have to know what you're doing. And if you're going to be brewing beer that people want to actually drink and enjoy, like, you have to really understand and hone your skills to be a brewer, to be a good one, a profitable one, right? Now, I'm not saying that it doesn't take any skills to grow weed. It takes skills, and especially if you're going to grow good quantity and good quality, then you have to kind of know what you're doing. If I was to go and brew beer, it probably wouldn't be that great, right? But if I threw some seeds behind the shed and let nature take its course, chances are you're probably going to have a product that you can actually consume, regardless if it's good or bad or quantity or whatever. It just does its own thing, right? So here you can tell somebody, hey, I'm going to tell you how to brew beer, right? And you follow these steps to the T, to the letter. Do not deviate one little bit, right? And I guarantee you, you go to a brewmaster who knows how to brew beer, you follow those steps that he gives you right down to the letter. Like, no deviation whatsoever, perfectly in line with what he says. And you will not brew beer as good as that dude. It will not taste. It might be good, you might be able to pull it off, but you're not going to brew anything that tastes like what he's brewing, because everybody does it differently. Everybody has their own touch. Everybody has their own skill into it. And it takes a bit of a talent to make it happen right. And so even with the idea that you've brewed beer, at least you have a product that is useful. Like, I mean, I'm not saying that beer is, a great product to consume every single day, but at least you can get a calorie out of it, right? I mean, there is some use of it for some reason for some people. You can consume beer and at least get a little bit of something from it. Nothing can you get from marijuana. Now, on a different aspect of it, there is a powerful medicine of the CBD, which is totally, I get it. Like, that is a very useful, very, um, what should I say? The medicinal part of that part of it is not what most people are growing weed for, right? I mean, let's just face the facts that it is there. There is this, the CBD aspect of it. It is a powerful medicine, but let's just be honest with it. People don't grow it for that, right? I mean, they don't grow it for hemp. I mean, there is hemp too, but it's a completely different plant. It's not one that gets you high. It's grown for the fibers. It's used in, industrial use. It has nothing to do with the industry of getting high or, anything of that nature. So hemp is not even the same product, right? Neither is the CBD. So when it comes to growing marijuana, it's about getting high, right? That's what it really comes down to. And all the different process in which that the weed can go through and concentrate it down for, again, to get high, right? But there is no real value in anything that it is doing. So when you have an industry that becomes legal that you can then produce the product for, that everybody was thinking, man, this is going to be so profitable. We're going to pour into this industry and we're going to make millions of dollars off of the marijuana industry because look how much people are willing to pay for just this little tiny bit of it. $50 and you get this little tiny bit of weed. But once there is a sea of green, and there is so much weed that it's practically pouring out onto the ground, well, all of a sudden, there's no profit left in it because there never was a profitable business to begin with. See, you legalize weed, you make it available for anybody to produce. You can go and throw a few plants out there in the ground, and all of a sudden, that person doesn't need to buy it anymore. And since nobody really cares about how much is actually out there, and well, I mean, they care, but there's nothing they can really do about it. And since they can't control the amount of quantity that is actually coming to the market, the price of weed has plummeted. Market value of it is almost non-existent. The only way you can really make money off of it is to process it or to have some sort of other, means of distribution within it. But as far as growing it, as far as selling it, as far as being all that stuff is really just not the profitable business that a lot of people thought it was going to be, because it's not illegal. Without risk, there is no reward. There is no risk that's involved. And so now you're only trying to sell the high. Like, let's get high. I'm like, okay, great. That's a wonderful business to be in. I'm sure that'll last, right? So I knew a long time ago, weed was not an industry that you would want to be investing in. I mean, again, I come from Oregon. It practically pours out onto the ground. Nobody gave a shit about it. And because of that, it was never a crime and it was never a big deal here. Only people who made it a big deal were the people who wanted it to be illegal for two different reasons. One, they wanted it illegal because they wanted people to be chasing other people around to make them be punished for using it. And then the other people wanted it to be illegal because it made it profitable. Right? So that was it. That was the whole industry right there. And so trying to invest into that industry was going to be like I said, in the early days when it first gets legalized, then you have like maybe a moment in there in which that it's probably some decent profit that can be made. But once it's flooded, you're done, man. That worthless product doesn't do anything for anybody and it doesn't profit in any way. So the only way you can make it a profitable business is to literally make it illegal. Now, if you think about it again in the inflation aspect of things, the destruction of the dollar alone should have caused the weed prices to move up, since your purchasing power of dollars can't buy as much stuff unless you're buying weed. Because if you're buying weed, you can buy just about as much as you could ever buy now as you ever could. In fact, you could probably pick up more for less money than you ever have in your entire life, especially like the signs that I see outside of the dispensaries here in my local area have ounces for $75. I've even seen them for $50. Now, an ounce of weed would get cut 8 times into little tiny packages that would sell for $50. Right? 8-ounce packages, like during the black market days, would typically go from anywhere from $35 to $50, depending on the quality of it. And now you can get an entire ounce of weed for $50. Right? There's no value in it. It's a worthless product. All right. 9 minutes into it, wanted to kind of share this idea, put the links down there in the description for you guys. I thought this was a really interesting topic to kind of cover, considering that a lot of times you can't find an industry that is cheaper now than it was prior to the pandemic, but weed is an obvious one. And with the markets crashing both in Colorado, California, and in Oregon, right? Like all the legal states, it's failing miserably in. And that's the reason why, right? Again, it doesn't have any kind of real value to it. And the only way you can put any kind of, value to it is to make it illegal. All right. Weed will be extremely value after the breakdown. No, I don't think so. Klaus loves your channel. Oh, you're Klaus. Okay. All right. Smoke shops in Florida have been selling THC from hemp. An ounce of hemp THC here in Tampa costs $210. Yeah. You, it doesn't get you high, does it? It doesn't really work. Come on, man. I mean, dude, you're talking to an Oregonian, right? Okay. Just like, it's so funny to think about it. People are like, dude, this is the most powerful weed in the world. And I'm like, all right, man. That's a nice story. All right. Nah, it will get flooded as everyone starts growing. Some companies will fail and the quality ones will survive. Prices will recover. It will take years, just like alcohol. Nope, Salty Ed, you're wrong. You're wrong. It will not recover. It is a worthless business that does not have any kind of profitability behind it unless you make it illegal. I guarantee you that. I know this. I did videos on this a long time ago. The reason why I don't cover this particular industry is because YouTube hates it, right? They always demonetize it, and they don't like promoting the video at all when I talk about this particular subject. But I find it to be a very real one to discuss, considering that what happens with inflation going into the industries. The marijuana industry is definitely one to look at because you can see that the product is completely flooded, that there was no price increases. Like inflation never showed itself in marijuana. Not a bit, not one little bit. It continued on operating, doing everything that it did. It never had a single hiccup, right? Not the entire time. Not that I saw them. People might talk about it, but I didn't see it, not in my little town, right? And so, considering that there was never a hiccup in it, there was never any price increases, there was never any of that stuff, it really leads me to believe it was just like, is the inflation scenario that everybody is talking about, why didn't it occur in marijuana, right? No inflation in this particular industry. Very interesting. 100% domestic. No worries of issues with foreign competition. There's no it's like as local and as close as you can get to the source that doesn't have the issues that created the inflation scenario that so many other products would face. Right? It's a good one to look at. It's an industry to follow just from that macroeconomic view. Right? To say, how come all these industries faced inflationary pressures, but not that one? In fact, it did not do, and in fact, it went down during the pandemic. All right. It was the most obscure industry considering what everybody else was facing out there. All right. Moving on, 407 people watching. This is a great topic. We'll be out here for at least 15-20 minutes or so. All right, what about EV industry and the possibility Chinese automakers coming in? Yeah, I mean, they're flooding the market with cheap vehicles, right? And it's going to be obvious that it's going to have a major impact on it. Like, I could see that coming, but I already thought that the car industry was going to be facing issues anyway, even without that, right? The bullwhip effect that had them in a production gap that created the high prices is now flipping on its head as the prices begin to come down and car sales start to fail. These automakers are not going to do well. Now they got this EV competition coming from China. That's going to even be doubly worse. Again, if you look at this from Cantillon effect, where the domestic suppliers of vehicles cannot compete with the foreign production, it's obvious. Right? It's obvious. This is what's happening here. Now, we can blame it on politics. We can blame it on a lot of stuff, but this is the natural consequences of new money coming into the system. This guy describes it so well. Bread, intoxicants, and circuses. Yeah. If the banking system was allowed to hold weed stores, money, we would see the inflation. Okay. Let's take that into consideration. So because the weed store can't keep its money in the bank or can't deal with the banking industry, it's not seeing the inflation. Like this is a little difficult for me to understand because there was a malinvestment that took place within the weed industry in California, Colorado, and Oregon. I'm pretty sure that you're going to find it in Washington too. But I mean, I didn't go and look for the articles in Washington about the weed market crashing, but I would assume that it's going to be something very similar to that, in that these companies had a malinvestment. Right? That means that they put money towards an investment that they thought was going to have a return that didn't exist. Right? So a lot of companies do this. This happens a lot. Right? Now, if I think about this for a second, if you take the bank out of it, right, that is just less money that would go into the investment part of things. Right? Borrowing money to set up a shop. But if you can't borrow money from a bank to set up a shop, then you're in private equity, you're in private money moving into a shop. And there was tons of shops that opened up. Okay? Like I don't see that same thing. I don't see it that same way. I see it very differently than that. I see a malinvestment that went into a worthless product that overproduced something that nobody really needs in their life. That's what happened. All right, CBD ointment is neuropathic pain works. Yeah, no, I agree with that, Harrison. And when I say that weed is a worthless product, I don't include CBD and I don't include hemp, right? Those are a separate category when it comes to the marijuana industry, but we have to take it for what it is and be realistic with it. People do not grow weed for CBD or hemp. They grow it to get high, period. Right? I mean, that's just what it is. Like, and you accept the facts of it. But I do agree, the CBD market, the medical use of it is a very powerful medicine that does work, right? And I'm not trying to include that in this other discussion when it comes to the marijuana industry and what it's really intended to do, right? Because people are intending to get stoned and get profit and make money off of it. That's it, right? Those are the two goals. And they're both like not going to, it's a terrible industry to do that in. Like it's no. UE, the World Economic Forum, posted an article in May of 2024 about American protein production. Do you believe this will have an effect on the cattle market? Let us know. Yeah, I do, Mr. Horology. In fact, you can see right now where Tyson was shutting down chicken production, pork production, and at the same time ramping up bug protein production. Right? So growing insects for protein. Now, this insect growing protein investment is not intended for human consumption. It's meant for the feed to go into chickens and pork and cattle or whatever. It's meant to be the protein aspect of that. However, it only takes a little FDA switch and boom, there's protein for human consumption. And Tyson has already invested billions of dollars into the production of it, right? So just because it isn't like necessarily bugs going into our food yet, they're setting it up, right? And if they set it up to say, oh, no, this is not for you. This is for the cows and the chickens and the pigs. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. Don't believe it for a second. Okay. You will be eating bugs. It will be a cricket flour or roach, whatever. It will be in products that we consume. And already a lot of people don't even realize how much, like, even some of the dyes and stuff that goes into food, you would not believe where this stuff comes from. And yeah, it's like that is not something that is like so far off of a concept I wouldn't believe it. Absolutely, I believe that's to be the case. They will attempt to feed us bugs. 460 watching, 96 likes. Get the respect up. Hey, P Nice, thank you very much for that. We do. We have 463 people watching. If you want me to carry this video on beyond the half an hour mark, we have about 10 minutes to go. Let's get that like button up to 200 likes. There's 472 people watching. It shouldn't be that hard to get it up to 200. We get it to 200 and I'll stick around for a little longer than a half an hour. All right, call it the Incredible Burger. The World Economic Forum publications are scary to read. Literally on their website, they tell us what is coming. Yeah, and this is part of the thing about that is I don't go and read stuff like that because I don't like being scared, right? I don't live in fear. I don't live in any of that stuff. They're not going to make me eat bugs, right? If I know that it's in the product, I'm not going to buy it. I know how to go and acquire food that is natural. I am willing to go kill a chicken and process it and cook that thing, right? I'm good at that. I can make that happen. So I'm willing to do things in life that are going to be outside of that of the consumption of bugs. But it doesn't scare me the idea that it's coming. Like, to some people, that is a very scary thing that is on its way. And it is in a lot of ways, especially if you have no clue of how to make or grow or find your own food and how to deal with that. That is a scary thing that is coming. I totally get it. I don't live in fear. I'm not scared of that. I tell those people, go ahead and bring it on, dude. Like, bring that stuff on. I am not scared of you. You know, I'm not scared of the New World Order. I'm not scared of the bug thing. I'm not scared of owning nothing and being happy. Hey, guess what, man? I already own nothing. Like, that's not that hard or far from me right now. So, yeah, threaten me. Like, there ain't no threat there. That ain't a threat. That doesn't even, like, concern me a little. Most people who have stuff, who have a bunch of, like, dollars investments and stuff like that, yeah, I can see why you would be concerned. I don't have that. I don't have that going on, so I ain't that concerned. Go ahead. Go into the back of the line. I'll stand up front and fight. And I'm not scared of these people. They don't intimidate me at all. Not even close. like like the intimidation fear factor there is very low. Like almost non-existent. All right. You can grow animals? Yes, you can. That's right. You go to the store, you get a little chicken, you grow it into a full-size bird, and then you butcher it and eat it. Yeah. Yeah, you grow animals. That's right. You grow plants, you grow animals. That's right. Wow, we're doomed. We're all doomed. Yep, you're doomed. 2 buys the same day. Yikes. All right. I'll be like movie Soylent Green. It'll be like, yeah, I guess. The rich tards will self-destruct. You raise animals? I have, yeah. Do you have any guns? So here's the problem with me when it came to like the military, because I really wanted to be in law enforcement. I really wanted to join the military like all the rest of the men in my family had done. But the thing is that I got really, really, really bad grades in school, right? And with bad grades in school, and you have the ability to shoot a rifle really, really, really well, there's only one thing you're going to end up doing, right? And I wasn't part of that. Like, I am not down for going and doing that thing, right? And so if you don't have good grades and you can shoot a gun really well, then that ends up happening. So I'm just going to leave it at that with the firearms, right? Because if you want to really know, when it comes down to it, there's going to be a constitution in one hand and something else in the other, right? Okay. Everybody should own firearms, by the way. Thoughts on and when I say that is a very scary thing to think about, but it's actually the truth. I think it'd be better off if more people owned firearms, and understood them and was responsible and reasonable with them and stuff. This is American right, right? This is the United States constitutional right, and it was meant there for one reason, just one. It wasn't for any of the other bullshit that anybody ever wants to tell you. It was to protect you from the government. That's it, right? And so it's very critical that we all keep them in possession, all right? Everybody. All right. That tiny chicken will cost you $4 at Tractor Supply and feed. Get rotisserie chicken in Walmart for $7. Okay, yeah, you're right, Frugal. You're right, Frugal. Like, I get that, but you're not going to get the same quality of chicken that you're going to get over there at Walmart, right? I guarantee you that chicken at Walmart, the nutritional factor that's in that bird will not provide you with nearly as much nutrition as the one that you raise yourself. Now, I don't know exactly how to scientifically prove this, but I have done it many times where I have, shown people and we have consumed like store-bought bird as opposed to a farm-raised bird, even the same style bird, the same Cornish crossrock, right? And you would find that the one that you raised yourself is far more filling and satisfying to eat than the one that comes from the store. It's almost as if you ate nothing at all. All right. So yes, definitely raising your own bird is a higher quality, much more nutritional bird, right? That you can get more out of. And beyond that, I've also raised my own heritage breed and butchered and eaten those. So I can raise birds from other birds, right? You have a rooster and a flock of hens and an incubator, and you can pretty much produce about as many birds as you want, right? And you can actually get pretty good at it too, to the point that you'll have more birds than you know what to do with. All right, 400 or 545 people watching with 182 likes. We are 17 likes away from getting that 200 mark, and we will stick around for another 15-20 minutes after this. So we got 4 minutes to get there. Go hit that like button. All right, B Dan 82, $5. Thank you so much for that super chat, man. I always appreciate the support you guys throw at me. All right, hey UE. Are credit unions directly influenced by Fed policy, or do they have some degree of separation that, thanks, God bless? No, they're all part of, I shouldn't say that they're all part of it, but all the credit unions, like I'm with a credit union myself, right? I bank with a credit union. They're all part of the Federal Reserve System. If they're FDIC insured, I guarantee you they're following part of the Fed, right? Now, I would imagine there are some banks out there that are not part of the Fed system or the FDIC insured, kind of business or something like that out there. I personally don't know of any of those things. And banking with those particular banks is probably somewhat concerning to those who are aware of the FDIC. But then again, if they are not part of it, that might actually be an element of appreciation that people would have and want to bank with them. So I personally don't know of any credit union around that isn't part of the Federal Reserve System. In fact, it's hard for me to even imagine a banking system that doesn't have the Federal Reserve System in it. But if you think about it, really like the shadow banking system, the shadow mortgage market, stuff like that, there's the banking system that we all recognize. We know it's regulated. We can see it. They talk about it. It's, there's all kinds of data and analysis that is part of it. And then there's a shadow banking system. This is money that's not part of that, right? But it still interacts with the economy the same. So a lot of times, like, even mortgages are originated in the shadow banking system before they move up into, like, up into the government entities or whatever. All right, 224 likes. So thank you very much for hitting that like button. That was really cool of you. We got it before the half-hour mark, so we'll stick it around for another 10-15 minutes and see where we're at. All right, 8 weeks. Birds are stringy and, in my opinion, gross. I don't eat them. Wayne, I agree with you. About 8 weeks is the most you want to put on one of those Cornish cross. I like them about the 6 to 7 week mark. You don't have as big of a bird, but they're definitely like a 3 or 4 pound bird that is just really, like, they're about tender and sweet and awesome. Here's the thing about it that I found, and I don't know, Wayne, if you had experienced this, but you got to give them 5 days, 5 to 6 days in the fridge resting, right? And the meat has like this elastic quality to it if you don't let it break down for a little bit. So it takes about 5 to 6 days before the meat really becomes that nice tender chicken that you would typically anticipate. Other than that, it has like kind of like this stretchy elastic kind of feel to it. And I don't like it after, like, fresh, like chicken that was butchered that day. I don't like it. I like to sit for 4 or 5 days and then cook it, and then it's really good, right? So try that next time. Alrighty. Howdy, it's been a while. Well, hey, realtor named House, Adam M. House. Thank you for being here, man. We're in Shotton's little hopeful short season. I don't know what that is. All right. The crash could happen before the end of the year. Hope everybody's week goes smooth in spite of the current events. I think my week is going great. Mr. Horology. I worked as a butcher for a supermarket, and the boxes literally showed labels of different antibiotics that birds would get. The organic chicken had no antibiotic labels. Yeah, and I can probably see that. The way they raise birds is really horrific. It was one of the reasons why I started raising birds to begin with. For one, I thought it was fun, and then after I watched like how commercial birds are raised, it's horrible. It is horrible conditions. Oh my gosh, right? This is a nasty existence for these little creatures to go through. And considering that they are only 8 weeks old, like if you raise a heritage breed bird, right? You go and you raise like a Rhode Island Red or Barred Rock or whatever, one of these other farm chickens that you would see. After 8 weeks, they're still just this little tiny bird. They're like this big and they're peeping and they're like a little chick. The Cornish crossrock, the chick that you get in the supermarket, the chicken you get there is a full-on bird. It's like 5, 6, 7, 8 pounds, right? It's like growing up and it's huge. What I like to do is raise the two of them together. I'll go and get Cornish crossrock chicks and I'll go and get heritage breed and watch these Cornish crossrocks just like get immense monstrous size over these little tiny heritage breed. They eat and drink like you wouldn't believe, and it's incredible to watch how fast that they can actually grow. But they're a terminal breed, so if you don't actually process them, you're actually doing something that's it's very inhumane. Like, to allow them to go beyond 8 weeks is hard on their bodies, it's hard on their legs, it's hard on their heart. They are not meant to live. And that's what's sad about this particular breed, is that once they have hatched, it's like it's almost like an inevitable life of short, and if it's not short, it'll be very difficult, not only for movement but breathing, but heart conditions, and if they can even make it that far without pinning themselves to the ground and having a heart attack, which is like that's our food supply. This is and sad, right? All right. Metal Sear, $2. Thank you so much. Easy to raise chickens, rabbits, bees in yard. Yeah, it is. And I did the rabbits too. The only thing is that I don't like rabbit is not it's not that great. Like, it doesn't have that much flavor to it, in my opinion. And I didn't like the butchering process of it, even though it was pretty easy to butcher a rabbit. What really got me is after you skin it and you hold the carcass up, it looks just like a cat. It looks like you hold it up and you're thinking, damn, you're holding a cat, right? That's what it looks like. And so I had to tell the neighbor who was raising them, and I said, dude, if you feed me cat, I am going to be pissed. And he was like, no, I won't. I said, I'm going to be pissed because I might like it, right? And I'm going to want more of it. So, no, I'm just kidding. No, I wasn't fond of the rabbit. I mean, it was okay. It was just, but that's about like the limit of it. It was okay. Yeah. Easy to raise. Oh my gosh, they were easy to raise. All right, it seems like the American credit usage and the equities market are pretty split. What correlation do you see between credit usage and stock market performance? Yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, I don't know. I guess if you think about it, like quantitative easing 1, 2, 3, and 4 provided enough easy money for everybody to borrow and then shove it into the stock market. So, I mean, I don't know. I think easy credit is going into the stock market is pretty easy flow of movement, That's true with the rabbit skin. Yeah, isn't it? It's like, oh my gosh. All right. Cat is better than chicken. All right. I do keep track of Poe interactions, as you should see it is up 50. I'm not sure what that one was. All right. If you're starving, it doesn't matter what it looks like. That's so true. I agree. Also, you have to feed the rabbits the right food so they taste bland. If you just feed store-bought food, they will taste pretty flat. Yeah, I could see where they could, like, I mean, I would have even, like, appreciate even if it was like a little gaminess inside of it or something of that nature. I would have like at least, but it was like really, it was really bland. It was like, it was almost like flavorless, you know. Bro loves cats. I got a big giant orange cat I absolutely love. His name is Orange Boy. We call him OB. Show me a Chinese restaurant that hasn't cooked a cat. Market melt up after trim win or no? You talking after the administration? I don't like, as far as it comes to like, you know, presidency, the president, I don't like give that any kind of consideration into economics at all. Like, I just don't care. There's nothing in there that I found other than maybe communication to the public that is going to change anything about monetary policy. Like, I cannot find anything that's going to change monetary policy whatsoever. In fact, it's probably more dangerous to look at politics and trying to figure out what monetary policy is going to be like, because it has such little impact on monetary policy, right? And by trying to incorporate politics into it, you will actually making a bunch of assumptions that just won't be accurate or fitting. Rarely see cats near Asian restaurants. 50 interactions with Poe in 26 years of driving. All right, no more sweet and sour cat jokes. Okay, yeah, I agree. Obama's fourth term. Sesame rabbit. Deep fried rabbit is where it's at. I'm literally about to start building a house. What is your opinion on lumber? Sing it so low right now. Jeff, I would go with the idea that right now is probably your best opportunity to pick up lumber at the price that it is. Mill curtailments are running rampant. We were talking about this just earlier in a video that I did earlier today. We were out here doing a live stream. And the mill curtailments are running rampant, like throughout the communities, throughout the country, through every article that I'm reading, all the information that I am getting. There is a slowdown in production, there's a curtailments that are happening, slowdown in production, mill shutdowns. This is not the signs that you would want to see in summer, right? This is like a very scary situation that has taken place within the lumber industry, considering that there should be a demand for lumber that is high right now. The season is appropriate for it. The conditions are appropriate, right? Tight inventory. There should be a demand for new homes out there, but it's not taking place. And the mills are not profitable under 500 per thousand. They do not want to produce lumber at this price. So if you can get your lumber for, your building construction needs right now, is probably your opportunity to get it at the price that it is. After this, if there's any spike to demand, right, any pop to demand, if the home builders get excited about building homes, there's not enough lumber in the system, you're going to see prices skyrocket. I know it will, right? It's just like everything is conditioned and set up to happen, right? It's just waiting for that demand from the home builders to take off. And right now, it's not, they are not excited, right? And mainly it's because of buyer traffic. Like, all the conditions are there. Like, they're ready, they're primed, they're like itching, they got hammer in hand ready to go, right? But they want the buyers to be there. And if the buyers aren't there, if the buyer traffic is very concerning for them, then what's going to end up happening is they're going to have this belief that if I build a house now, I will not be able to sell it for this price going into the future. If that is the belief that is happening, they're going to back off on new construction. And that's the belief that's taking place right now. As soon as that flips, man, it's on. Those builders are going to go gangbusters, and you're going to find that the lumber prices are going to skyrocket because there's not enough lumber. There's very tight lumber conditions. All right. What about OSB? That's what I heard could be a shortage. Absolutely, Jeff. There is actually shortages of OSB. A couple of years ago, prior to the pandemic, they shut down OSB manufacturers and literally stated we are pulling hundreds of billions of square feet off the market. They straight up said it. Hundreds of billions of square feet. I did a video on it. Like, it was probably like, I don't know, just prior to COVID, right? So, I mean, I don't know. I'd have to go back and find where I did it. But I did a video just about that. It was one of the few times I actually put thumbnails together for my videos. It was a thumbnail video. So if you go back and scroll through all my videos and you find the thumbnailed ones, it's in that mix. But I said it back then that they were going to do this, and that in itself, by pulling all this production of OSB off the market, was actually going to cause the plywood prices, which is the alternative to OSB, to go up. And that's exactly what we have found. Lumber prices came back down to normal, and plywood prices, although came down dramatically from their all-time highs, never did quite get back down to where they would have been prior to the pandemic. Even though the price, the demand, the production and the demand for plywood stayed consistent, the OSB dramatically dropped in production, which put the pressure on plywood, which caused that to go up in price. So yeah, if you can get OSB at a cheaper price, like right now, I think that if you can get any kind of sheathing plywood under $20 a sheet, I think you're probably doing really well. That would have been somewhat of a normal price. Like a good price would have been like $10 to $15 a sheet. So if you get it at 20 on OSB, you're doing really well. I'm selling half-inch CDX at about $27 a sheet, and you could pick up the 4-ply at about $24 a sheet, but still, that's way higher than it was prior to the pandemic, where it would have been like around 18 or so, 18 to 22. That would have been kind of a typical sheathing price. But still, considering the market and where it's at, if you can pick up your framing lumber and your sheathing today, and, if you could pick it up today, I would. That's what it comes down to. And, again, that's not investment advice, but it is advice coming from the retail lumber yard, All right. Did I get another super chat? I did. Where is that thing? Oh, maybe I didn't. Oh, I'm sorry if I missed the super chat there. All right. My lumber supplies are low. Okay, thank you for all you do, from member of the Bear. Huh. Right on. Yeah, you're welcome, man. Thanks for being here. Okay, get the likes up, show the love. Yeah, we're about 3 minutes away from that 15-minute mark. That's awesome. You guys have really been showing the love on that thumbs up mark. We got 291 likes to the video, 566 people. We're going to be hitting that 45-minute mark here in about the next 3 minutes. Get it up to about 325. We'll carry it on for a whole hour on the video. Right now we're at 292. Get it up to 325, and we'll continue on. I have been boycotting all the unnecessary spending and consumption. I'm doing good and have a lot of cash under the mattress. Well, nobody 1962. I think you're probably going to do quite well by being in that sort of mindset, especially over the next, 6 months to a year. We have some very uncertain times that are coming, and by sitting on a cash holdings, you are not protecting your purchasing power. We have to understand that part. Inflation's going to eat it away, but your buying opportunities could very well be presented here in the next 6 months to a year. And, sitting on cash mattress money, dollar, cash is king. So if you want to make that purchase, you got somebody out there who's selling that new Camaro for an unreasonably low price. You can pick up that toy for a cheap, but you got to be in cash to do that. So, cash holdings, scary kind of position to be in, considering the inflationary scenario that's running rampant throughout the economy. But also, you got to be in cash if you want to make those purchases. Take advantage of those buy opportunities. All right, hit the like button. Yeah, we got to 329, no problem. We did that easy, man. You guys are awesome. Thank you for smoking that like button. All right, Simon says, get the likes up. Yeah, appreciate you. All right, make sure that mattress is insured. Great feeds. Yeah, thank you. All right. One dropped the 2-ton car and ducked that auto insurance racket for a whole Biden run. I don't understand any of that. I don't understand what that said. All right, let me read that again. One has dropped the 2-ton car and ducked the auto insurance racket for the whole Biden run. Oh, got out of owning a car? Oh, that's pretty. I don't know. Like, I don't listen to Biden. To be honest, I don't think I've ever heard a single thing that our president has ever said. I can't recall ever listening to him. For anything other than maybe a joke or something, like I saw a YouTube short or something like that. But I can't think, I sat there and I was like, okay, I'm going to listen to what this president has to say. Go ahead. right? I've never done that. Never even gave him the opportunity. I have no, I, I don't think there's anything that I could ever get by putting energy towards something like that. Like, I don't know what anything I could ever get from a return of that kind of, exchange of my attention to the communication that he has. I don't know anything that I could ever possibly get from that. So I just choose not to do it, What about the first lady? I couldn't tell you a single thing. I couldn't tell you anything. Like, she came up and walked up right now and shook my hand, and be like, hey, what do you want? Like, I have nothing, All right. You missing some laughs. All right. Cash gets good discounts in certain markets and protects my anonymity. God, there's some words. Anonymity. Yeah. When buying certain items that they would like to ban. Yeah, I hear you there. One thing I understood of Biden was eat ice cream. If that's his suggestion to the American people out there, I'm good with that, man. Like, I can agree. Like, eat ice cream, yeah? Right? Like, totally agree. If that's the only suggestion he has put out there, then I would be backing him, man. Eat ice cream. But if he says anything else outside of that, I don't want to back any of it, But I will back eat ice cream. All right. How is the Apple phone getting worse and worse, but Apple stock is going up? Is the Apple phone getting worse? That's too bad. Anonymity. Thanks, I need to fish. All right. First lady used to babysit Joe's kids when she was 15. Also, he's known her for a really long time. Well, it's probably a good thing. Kind of weird. Especially the old hand-cranked ice cream. Yeah, totally. See, I thought there was two things that I wanted to talk about brewing beer, right? Is I want to get a root beer making kit and an ice cream making, like one of the old school, cranking ice cream things for making ice cream. And then, like, do root beer floats for the summer, right? So the boys, brew the root beer and make the ice cream, and I thought that would be fun. All right. I prefer to listen to Simon than Biden. Hey, I appreciate that. How much does the president affect the economy? The communications coming from the president does have a fairly good impact on the economy, right? But it's really the perception that people are taking. Like, for example, Donald Trump did a great job, and I love bringing this up because it was such BS that was happening at the time that I couldn't believe I was witnessing it. But Donald Trump, at the end of his administration, was saying there's no inflation, the Fed should be printing money, right? Now, this was when the Federal Reserve had interest rate close to zero. He said that they should go into negative territory. They should have negative interest rates. Germany was doing a good thing by being in negative, and the Fed should be printing money, there's no inflation, right? Now, this communication that was being pushed out at the time was pure propaganda. It was in a benefit to the Federal Reserve, even though the communication didn't seem that way. Like, it seemed like Donald Trump was truly angry with Jerome Powell and wanted to fire him and replace him with somebody else and get him to do the things that he wanted, which was to lower interest rates into negative territory and continue to print. This is what Trump was asking for, or demanding coming, from the Federal Reserve. But that's not what he really wanted. Like, I don't believe Trump for a second that he actually wanted negative interest rates and the Fed to be printing money. I don't believe that. What I do believe is that he was trying to communicate out to the people a low inflation expectation. And it worked, right? Because if you have the president, especially somebody like Trump, saying there's no inflation, the Fed should be printing money, screw him, that guy should be fired, right? So now you're going to believe it, right? You're going to have this, like, you see this energy coming out of him, and you're totally like, okay, yeah, this is really the facts, this is true. But it's not, right? He was acting, it was a play. Now, if you can lower the inflation expectation, what you will do is you'll raise the real interest rates. And this is really what the Federal Reserve wanted from that communication coming from Donald Trump, right? was if you can put the inflation expectation out there that is much lower, you can raise the real interest rates. Now, raising those real interest rates is what the Federal Reserve was looking for, because at the time they were trying to raise the Fed funds rate, but ran up to about 2.5%, and it pissed everybody off. And nobody wanted the Federal Reserve to continue on with this tightening policy that they had, but they wanted to continue to raise the rates, but they couldn't do it with the Fed funds rate. But Donald Trump says, that's okay, buddy. I'm mad. I got you. I got you, Jerome. Man, you and me, buddy. Hold on 1 second. Hey, fire them cameras up. Give me the mic. Let's get this thing done, right? And he was able to lower the inflation expectation and continue to raising the real interest rates. Understanding that, it's very critical to understanding the monetary policy, right? Because that was actually part of the monetary policy. The Federal Reserve doesn't have use of interest rate adjustments. It doesn't work for them anymore, but communications do. And there was no better communicator of low inflation than Donald Trump. Right? I mean, there was really none. Like, nobody else could have possibly have done that as well as he did. Yeah. That's why I don't believe these guys. I think they're all buddies. Every one of them, every last one of them. They're all friends in the background. They're like, at the end of the day, they're like, how much money are you making? How much money did you make? You know, they're like, we're all buddies because we make money. You know, and that's what they do. All right, Harrison, $5. What is going to happen when the central bank digital currency is enacted? Seems evil. Okay, Harrison, I think that you're probably a little bit jumping the gun on the predictions there, because I don't believe that the central bank digital currency is going to be enacted. I think that they're actually going to use stable coins, which are already in use. All right. See, people are like, when are they going to fire it up? And it was just like, you're already using them, bud. Right? It's already happening. And like, we're while everybody is waiting for it to take place, it's already taking place. One day you're going to wake up and you're going to be like, bam, man, it's here. I didn't even have a chance to fight it. Yeah, it's because they did it so secretly, sneakily, right? But it wasn't even sneaking it in. It's in stable coins. They're talking about it. Let's regulate stable coins. Why are they focused in on that? It's because stable coins, you can have the industries take care of business. They're setting up the finances. They're setting up the industries, the banking, all that other stuff using the stable coins. All the Federal Reserve has to do is to sit there and go, okay, you're going to use the dollar to back those stable coins? Great, because any monetary policy that we shift in the dollar will transfer right into that stable coin. No problems. Let's just regulate the stable coins and we got this. We don't even need a central bank digital currency. There's one that already exists. We just need the dollar to be backing that particular currency, and all our policy will transfer right into it. No worries. So it's already coming. Like, I don't think they will I don't think there will be a Fed coin. I think it's going to be the dollar and then the digital stable coins, the tokens that are representing dollars. And now that is really the direction that we are headed right now. Like, it's taking place, you know, like we could fight that, but nobody's fighting it. Everybody's just like, okay, you know, stable coins, regulations, whatever, you know, nobody's fighting it. All right. Thank you for the $5, Harrison. All right. Metal Seer for the $5. Saw a video saying Obama and Biden are aligned with the White House, the World Economic Forum, Euros, Davos, and the City of London. If so, explain their actions. They're part of the New World Order. I don't understand how it is that anybody could see that they're doing anything other than trying to move towards a world global governance. Like, that's the direction, you know? The BRICS nations, they're in, again, I think that the BRICS nations are in cahoots with the Federal Reserve, alleviating the Federal Reserve from having to provide all the liquidity for the world demand, all the dollar demand for transactions. Like, I think the BRICS are actually benefiting the Fed, if you really think about it. They can't come out there and say that because it's all about, just like the Democrats and Republicans, it's all about this fighting, right? Like, we don't agree with them, we don't fight, and then hey, guess what? These laws passed, yay, right? And now ends up with what ends up happening from it. But the world, like, global governance, New World Order type of thing, it's very real. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that's happening, right? Now, whether or not I'm scared of it, I'm not. Like, I'm not scared of it. Yeah, it's on its way. I know that it's coming. There's definitely times in history in which that, it would be very scary for the individual. You got wars and, soldiers running around and blowing shit up and stuff like that. I'm not in Ukraine, yeah? Like, I'm not experiencing that right here firsthand. There is no point in for me to get prepared for something like that if I'm not experiencing it. Like, what I am experiencing is a good life that I want to enjoy, and that's the thoughts and actions that I'm going to take, right? Now, if somebody starts coming down with guns, my house is not going to be one that's going to be easy to take over, right? It's just not, and it's not going to be a pleasant time either. Now, I understand. Like, I understand what's happening out there, but I'm not going to live a life that's going to be moving in thoughts towards that. Here's the thing. We manifest our own realities. You know that, right? Like, everything that you are experiencing right now, you are where you are because of the thoughts that you have. Period. All right. If you are pissed about your situation, it's because of the way you're thinking. If you are absolutely happy with the way that you are positioned in yourself in your life, it's because of the way that you've been thinking. All right. No matter what it is, it's always about what you are thinking. So if you're thinking about war and destruction and death and famine and horribleness and depression and all that other stuff, guess what you're going to invite into your life? Right? It's going to happen. It'll happen to you, right? But if you understand that's the case, man, this stuff is heavy information. This is stuff that is really devastating. This is depressing. This is bad. What do I need to do with this information in order to benefit myself? That's what you do with it. Right? Because if you take it in and say, man, the New World Order is coming after me, I'm living in fear, I have bad energy going on, what you are doing is you are creating a negativity within yourself that then invites more negative into your life. And so you can't live that way. You can't live in fear. F those guys. Right? Here, you want to fight them? Don't put your money in the bank anymore. Don't invest in the stock market. Guess what? Those guys would be shaking in their boots if everybody says, okay, that's it. I'm out of the stock market. I'm out of the banking system. I'm going 100% into silver, right? Those guys would lose their effing mind, right? If everybody decided to do this on the same day, saying, okay, I'm done. We're not playing your game. I'm not showing up for work. I'm not paying taxes. I'm not buying into stock market. I'm not buying bonds. I'm not doing any of that stuff. I'm going 100% into silver. Screw you, right? They would lose their mind. They would lose their power. They would not be functioning anymore. Of course, we wouldn't have the opportunity to buy a new Camaro either. Right? So, I would like to have a new Camaro at some point in my life. I don't like those guys having power. What am I going to do? Right? What am I going to do about it? I don't want to live in, a doomsday scenario. That's not like where I want to be. All right, moving on. There it is. Okay, $5 coming from Nitrim 10. All right, thank you for the $5. Only way we're getting actual AI is via the consolidation that would take place under the New World Order. Not enough private capital and resources for new chips. I don't know. I don't know about that one. All right. How many Michiganers? Is that how you guys? We call ourselves Oregonians. You guys are Michiganders. All right. We're the lost generation. This era is going to be worse than the Dark Ages. I don't think so. I mean, I think about all the wonderful things that are coming out. Think about all these wonderful products, all these conveniences, all this awesomeness that is now existing in this world that never existed before. How can you possibly say that it's like a horrible time? Like, I understand that there's like horrible things that are always going on and you can focus in on those and kind of give that a lot of attention. But think about it, man. This is a wonderful world that we are experiencing out here, and there's wonderful things within it. So, I go and enjoy those things. All right, where are we coming up? We're coming up on the hour mark. We're 382 people into this, 530 people watching right now. With 530 people watching and 382 likes, we can have that like button up to 400. If we do 400 in the next 2 minutes or so, we will continue on running the live stream. Otherwise, we'll just call it quits at an hour here. All right, so go hit that like button and we'll continue the live streaming. All right. I have a personal gold standard, convert my money immediately to gold. Now, I'd lived that life too. I did that for a long time. What is her name? BB Sarah one. BB Sarah one. Okay. So I live that sort of life too, and it's not good, right? It's not a convenient one. It's not one that's easy to participate in. It's not one that gives you the ability to, have a credit score that gives you like the options of buying houses and cars and doing all the other stuff with it. But it does get you out of that third party. It gets you away from that new world order thing. It gives you, something that you can secure, be in your own possession, and be outside of anybody else out there. And that is a nice insurance policy, but to be 100% into silver or gold, in my opinion, leaves you not only vulnerable to price fluctuations within that particular market that is heavily manipulated, so it leaves you vulnerable in that sense, but then it also deprives you from the ability to maybe participate in things that are going to do much better than that particular market. Yes, it does give you that security of being away from the third party, but also being involved with the third party is one of the reasons why you leverage up and make a lot of money, in the stock market, real estate, all the other stuff that's out there. So I mean, I understand both schools of thought on it, but me personally, I didn't do well when I was sitting 100% in silver. Now, I was trying to exclude myself from everybody out there and, be independent and whatever. So it did do pretty well for that. Like, it made me feel good about that part of it, but I couldn't participate in the rest of the things like buying a house or, getting credits or anything like that, having a credit card. Not that a credit card is a good thing, but if you are in an emergency situation where you need a set of tires, having a credit card is pretty much your only choice, right? Okay, 424 likes. Thank you so much for hitting that like button. We'll give it another 15 minutes or so for that. All right, like everything, it first delivered to the DOD, DARPA, and the UN for testing and weaponization, then released to the civilian population. Remember, DARPA and the USN gave us the internet we're using. Yeah. They also, developed a lot of stuff that like the Tor browser. Isn't that part of the Navy intelligence or something like that? Didn't they invent Tor? And then, anyway. Larry Bird, thank you for the $4.99. Have you always been into the economy? How long did you take to fully understand economic system? Well, Larry Bird, I don't believe that I actually am totally understanding of the economic system, like fully understanding. I don't think that's ever possible. Like, it's always evolving and changing, and theories are incorporated into it. I've taken my understanding into a very theoretical base, right? Like, taking it back into old school thoughts, trying to incorporate these old school economic forces into modern day times and try to see the correlations or the relations that are happening within it. That has done pretty well for me personally. Like, that's the way I did it. I didn't have like a base to start from. So like most people would go to school, and like, hey, this is how the economy works, and you build this base up from there. I didn't have a base. I was just like grabbing information from wherever I could. So I don't really have like a base understanding of economics like a lot of people would. Most people are grounded in like a Keynesian school of economic or Austrian school of economic. They have like an understanding of economics that says this is the way that the economy should work, and this is the reasons why it doesn't work, right? And this is what ends up being from a lot of economists out there, is this is the way they think. This is the reasons why it does work and doesn't work. And instead of looking at it for what it is, this is the way or why the economy is doing what it's doing, right? And that is a much different way of looking at it than most economists have out there. And I think that's what gives me a pretty unique view. So it's taken years, like literally 20 years. Yeah, about 20 years or so. And I would say of that 20 years, about 15 of it has been very, very hardcore research, like 2 to 3, 4 hours a day, every day for 15 years. Like, very rarely do I go through a day where I did not read like articles, go and research a speech, review like something, right? There's something that I am going and looking at, trying to acquire a little bit more knowledge or understanding or factual evidence of or something of that nature, I am doing that pretty much on a constant. Like, there is no time that I'm not doing that. I can't even go to the restaurant with my family without looking at the restaurant, seeing who's in there, how old they are, if they have kids, what it is that they're ordering, how long they spend there. Like, I constantly. I can't drive down the road without looking for paper plates, like see how many people has purchased a new car or driving new cars that haven't been registered with an actual license plate yet. Like, all the time, constantly. Everything I do, everything I look at has economic information that is constantly processing through my head. Professor Antel Facet has lots of info on banks, economy, etc. All right, likes to 500. Yes, please do so. We got 506 people watching with 442 likes. If let's see here. If we get it up to 500 likes, because we're going to be at 450 here in a minute. If we can get it to 500 likes in the next the next 10 minutes, we'll carry it on. That'll put us at an hour and 15 into it. So go hit the like button in the next 10 minutes here, and we'll continue on with the live stream. Simon, do you think our huge debt, 32 trillion, will eventually affect our country? Most people say, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. Oh, I think it's a big deal. I think it's a very, very, very big deal. But here's the thing that we have that is much different now. Sorry, guys, back. Okay. And that would give us the opportunity to go into negative interest rates. And if that's the case, then they can keep pushing the deficits. Who knows? How far it could get, far worse from there. So does it matter? Absolutely. Like, the United States is on an unsustainable debt path. Now, that's scary to think about, right? Because at some point, that means that we're not going to be issuing out any more debt. And if that starts to take place, we are going to start collapsing into poverty. It's not a good situation to be in. Like, I am not looking forward to that, but that's what's going to happen, right? The moment that the United States is no longer able to continue to go into the debt, right, to be able to issue out those treasuries and sell them off, and the Federal Reserve is like, we're not doing it anymore, we're not buying your shit, right? If they come to a point where they can no longer sell new treasuries out there to the market, or they're not continually going into debt, then the new money churns off, right? The collapse of all the markets and everything will begin. And unless there is some sort of miraculous invention of production that can come to the United States that all of a sudden makes us worker producers and able to maintain our standard of living, which I just can't possibly see happening. I don't even know how, that's it's a delusional thought, right? But unless something like that happens, we will fall into poverty. There's no doubt about it. Zero, right? We will collapse into one of the most miserable existences that anybody had ever faced because of how high of a standard of living we are facing right now. If we were living in poverty, there wouldn't be no big deal. We would just be like, okay, great, so now we got more poverty, whatever, right? But because we have a high standard of living, because we enjoy all the conveniences, because we have the richest nation in the world that continuously goes into debt to provide the goods and services that we are experiencing for almost little to no effort on our own, we're gonna suffer the consequences from that. I have no doubt in my mind, that'll happen. Now, how far out into the future? Who knows? Especially if we go into negative interest rates, it could maybe lifetimes away. Who knows? Maybe it's next year. Maybe it's in 50 years, 60 years. Maybe it's 100 years. Maybe who knows? At that point, all bets be off. You go into negative interest rates, and who the hell knows what could happen from there. And that's an economic model and game that has never existed in history, right? Even the experiences that we've had with negative interest rates in these nations and stuff like that wasn't actually a true full-on negative interest rate territory. Those were bonds that had gone into negative yield, but the bond themselves still had a positive coupon to it. Right? All right, moving on. Seems to me like no one has cash. I have a few things from my dad's estate. I am trying to sell at crazy low prices and no bites. Yeah. 2 Harleys, some nice furniture, and no bites in 2 weeks. Yeah, and that's the problem that we're going to find, is that the luxury items right now are not going to sell very fast. In fact, you're going to have more difficult time. The farther we go into the future, the more difficult time you're going to find selling those luxury items. See, if it was a couple of years ago, boom, it would have snapped right up. Everybody's buying in the luxuries. Nobody cared. Fancy cars, fancy boats, fancy vacations, fancy, all kinds of stuff. People were just dumping money out there on all kinds of wonderful things like that. Now, not so much. They're backing way off, and they're like, man, do you see the price of, steaks? Like, that's what they complain about. And so when they see a price of steaks moving up, they're like, I sure as hell ain't buying no Harley, all right? Now, that's just the unfortunate circumstances of where we're in, and that's why people who are sitting on cash are looking for those buying opportunities like you're trying to provide, right? By saying, hey man, I got these Harleys, I don't even want them, I want to sell them cheap, and nobody's out there, right? This is like the buying opportunities that dude sitting on cash is waiting for. He's just like, man, I wish I could buy a Harley for cheap. There you go, right? Here, they're starting to find each other, it's going to happen soon. No airbags or seat belt on a Harley lifespan. All right, funny you mentioned the negative rates never being tried. Makes me wonder if they are currently working on setting up special purpose vehicles around that specifically. Benny, I would not. Thank you for being here too, Benny. It's good to see you. I would not doubt that they are getting prepared to deal with negative interest rates. This is something like the Bureau of International Settlements talked about central bank digital currencies long before they even had a name for it. Like they were calling it e-currency because they didn't have a name for it yet. They just knew that it was going to be like a digital money out there on a computer screen that didn't really actually make it out there into circulation as far as like a physical currency goes. It would go in circulation through transactions, but it would never actually be a physical form, right? And they talked about this in order to have a negative interest rates, knowing that if interest rates went into negative territory, that people would just pull their money out in cash and then it wouldn't work. The system would begin to fail. But if they had an e-currency, and nowadays we would call that a central bank digital currency, if they had a digital currency, they could issue that out and then remove the cash from the system. And now people would look at that digital currency and say, nah, we don't want to use this thing. We're going to stick with cash. No, thank you very much, right? But here's the problem. You start pulling cash or depositing cash from the bank, and they're going to charge you a fee that's equal to the negative interest rate that's going on with the digital currency, making cash cumbersome. You go to the store, they don't want it because they're going to get a charged a fee to deposit it. So now you are forced to use the central bank digital currency, and the cash will just simply be removed, right? This is really what the Bureau of International Settlements talked about years ago. Like it was one of the first videos that I had ever done on my channel. I think I did it within the first 6 months of this channel. I did a video talking just about that, about how to create a cashless society. See, that's what I was more concerned about was the cashless society that taken place. But now as times goes on, I'm realizing it's not the cashless society that we have to worry about, it's the digital component that now has cash being removed that gives you no other choice but to deal with the banking system and a negative interest rate that is attached to it. Holy crap, man, how do you get out of it? And this is the plan that was set into motion so long ago, they didn't even have a name for the currency yet. They were calling it e-currency, right? Before digital currencies or tokenization or any of that stuff. And you can find that video on my channel from like 6-7 years ago. That's why I love doing these videos just about today, and I cover all these topics. And I do this so that I have record of it, right? I mean, there's been plenty of things that I have predicted that I didn't get right, but man, there are so many things that I have brought up to say, man, remember we discussed this a long time ago, right? So as people are getting surprised by it, I'm not. And I'm like, I'm not surprised by any of this stuff. We had actually talked about it. Now, whether or not we knew that it was going to take place or if it ended up occurring in the way that we had described, maybe those things might be different. But the fact that we knew that there was an occurrence that could take place, this is the reason why I do this channel, All right. Jeremiah, thank you so much for the $5. Petrodollars has expired, will collapse the economy. Nope, I don't agree. Jeremiah, they can't. Like we discussed this one too the other day. In fact, I did this little kind of silly drawing right here that tried to show that there was going to be no real opportunity for him to do anything else other than do transactions in dollars. Now, here, screw that little thing. Let me talk about it like this. Let's say that you had the ability to go to a gas station and buy gas with whatever currency you wanted. Right? They will accept whatever you want to take to them, whatever. It doesn't matter. And now, In your wallet, we're going to consider this like your wallet to be the entire globe and the amount of currency that exists in the entire globe comparatively to the other currencies, right? So in your wallet, you have $100 bill, right? $100 bill. But next to the $100 bill, you have like 20 euros, right? And then next to the 20 euros, you have like $2 worth of Japanese. You have like, what is 300 yen, right? Right? That's about $2 worth of yen. So you have $100 bill, 20 euros, 300 yen, which is about $20 or about $2. And then in your pocket, you got 35 cents in yuan, right? And now this represents like this, your wallet is like representative of all the currencies in the entire world. So now you're at the gas station, your bill comes to $80 because you just filled, your big giant truck up and now you got an $80 bill, right? So you can use all the rest of the currencies that you want. You got your 20 euros, you got your 2 yen, you got your 35 cents in yuan. You take all that money, you put it out there and you say, okay, there you go. And the gas station is like, okay, now you got to come up with the rest of it. And the majority of what you're going to end up spending is going to be dollars because that's what you have and that's what's available to use. That's the problem that most people are not facing, is that they don't see it in that fashion. They don't realize that there's just simply not enough of the other currencies in order to facilitate the amount of trades that are needing to be done. They don't have enough of it. That's the problem, right? No nation is willing to do what the United States has done in order to provide the world with the transactional currency, the dollars. In order to do this, the United States had to do something that no other nation was willing to do, and that was to go into an incredible amount of debt. The safe and liquid asset of the U.S. Treasuries is the world economy. It is what does transactions. When people are doing transactions with each other outside of the United States, two nations doing deals, they're doing deals in dollars, and generally they're doing that deal in U.S. Treasuries because dollars are cumbersome and it costs money. Treasuries at least have a little bit of a yield to it. So now U.S. Treasuries are facilitating the trade, and all these transactions around the world, including those that are done in oil by the OPEC or the BRICS or anybody else, right? Most of these deals are done in dollars because that's what's available. If you took away the dollar, then they wouldn't be doing transactions because nobody would have any money to do transactions with. No other nation is willing to provide the world with a safe and liquid asset like the U.S. Treasuries in order to facilitate the trades. And then on top of that, the other nations out there are also not willing to do something else that the United States is doing, and that is the deficit trade. Importing more stuff than you export. When you import stuff, you export dollars. All the rest of the nations, including the OPEC and BRICS, all want to be producing nations. That means they sell more stuff, they export more stuff than they import. When you export stuff, you import money. All of them want to do that. The United States is the only one who is willing to import stuff and export money. No other nation does that, right? So even if they don't want to, then they don't want to do business. If they don't want to do business in dollars, then they don't want to do business, period. That's what it comes down to. And now they can, we'll do business a little bit. You'll do a little bit with your euros and yen and a little tiny little bit of currency you have out there. But if you really want to do business, you're going to have to do it in dollars. That's all there is to it, right? And because if you could find something else to do it with, then you would. But there isn't, so they won't. There's nothing there. Like, you can even wish and hope and dream and pray, but then you go and look for second place, and you're like, where the hell is second? I can't even see it because it doesn't exist. That's why you can't see it. All right, $5 from Nitrim. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. In my opinion, this is why they keep the borders. This is why they keep the borders open. It puts dollars on foreign banks' balance sheets. Yeah. I mean, it's any way you can get the dollars out here. That's that's the important part of being a world reserve currency provider, is getting that dollars out there to the world. Nobody is taken into consideration when I hear people say the BRICS are taking over or something of that. They do not incorporate the argument that there is dollar-denominated debt far exceeding anything that these nations could ever do to provide the funding for. They don't bring that up. They're like, oh, the United States is done. BRICS are taking over. And I'm thinking, okay, that's cool. Which one of those nations is going to go into debt as much as the United States has done? And which one of those nations is going to be an importer of stuff so they can export the currency? None of them. None of them want to do that. Right? None of them want to do it. They're like, oh, no, we're going to go with the gold currency. I'll tell you what, you go and put gold out there for a currency, I'm going to hoard it all and you're not going to see it anymore. Right? That's the first thing I'll do is I'll go out there and I'll hoard all that gold. Same with the other industrious people out there. They will do the exact same thing. They will be like, I will sell you as much stuff as I can to get that gold and I will not let it go. Right? And then again, you will be denied the ability to do transactions. This was the problem that the United States and the world was facing back in the 60s and 70s. Right? And this is one of the reasons why we severed ourselves from the gold standard. It was like, man, we can either go into poverty and relinquish this gold back out there to the rest of the world, or we can start providing them with the safe and liquid asset of U.S. Treasuries and go into deficit trade and issue out dollars to the world. That's what they chose to do. Right? Now, whether that was the right path, the wrong path, it put us on a path that led us into a higher standard of living and a huge separation between the rich and the poor, and lost our manufacturing, and now we're in a very cumbersome position to be in, that if we don't continue to go into debt issuance, we all live in poverty. So, great. Which one do we really want to be in, you know? All right. If someone else is having issues with the streaming tonight, I don't know. I'm in a bad area, so a lot of times, like the cell reception that, the internet reception that I get here is not very good, and I'm just using the data off my phone. So sometimes there's kind of glitches that happen on my end of things, but cashless society is not secure. He will spend his gold. Yeah, you'll still need to eat. Why don't we don't want your land, i.e. All right. Is someone else having issue? Oh, we already read that one. Greetings from La Center, Washington. Hey, right on. That's not too far away. Looks like a nice evening in Astoria. It really is. Like, the clouds have really kind of dissipated. I mean, there's still spotty clouds around, but the sun is kind of shining through, and it's really a pleasant afternoon here. All right. Let's see. What are we at here? 531 likes. Oh my goodness, that is incredible, guys. With 513 people watching. I love it when I see so many more likes than I actually have people watching. That is really, that's just like, that's the best. So thank you very much for hitting that like button. We're going to continue this on at least for another 8 minutes, take it to an hour and a half long video. Not that I think you guys can get it, but if you get it to 550, we'll continue on for a little bit longer, but most likely we're probably not going to get it to 550 likes, and we'll just end this live stream at an hour and a half. Otherwise, we'll continue on. Yeah. All right. Hello from Joseph, Oregon. Right on. It's nice to see so many Oregonians and locals here in the chat tonight. Yes, I have to refresh continuously. Oh, that sucks. All right, 532. Look at that, 547 likes now. You guys are so awesome. All right, he touches the phone, then stream stops. Oh, is that what's happening? Like every time I touch the phone to scroll, does the stream stop? That sucks. All right, we got this. Nice. Right on. We can get to 550. You can. You hit 553. It only took you like a minute. I can't believe there's there's that many people who are watching that didn't hit the like button. We have it up to 555 people watching with 510, or 510 people watching with 555 likes. Amazing. No, it keeps going. Okay. I had no stream issues. Okay. It's not stopping for me. Okay, yeah, I think it's on your end there, brother. All right. Have you ever looked into how the pound lost reserve currency status? It still exists, and the new reserve currency wasn't a fundamental different from form of money. Yeah, well, during the time, there was actually several different currencies that were being used, right? I mean, you had the pound, you had gold, you had the dollar. Like, there was several different currencies that were being used. And I don't think that a lot of times we are considering that because of that limitation was one of the, like, all the transactions that want to be taken today can essentially happen. Like, if somebody wants to start a business, there is probably somebody out there who's willing to loan you money. There was a time in the world you had a great business idea. It didn't mean that you were going to get a loan for it, right? Now, granted, yeah, you might have troubles finding a loan, but there's a lot of money to be borrowed out there. And that's really what has this economy functioning the way it does. And it's the amount of transactions that we can do. If you limit, like if you had a gold system, people wouldn't notice that they were limited on transactions. They wouldn't be going, man, how come we're not doing transactions? They wouldn't see it like that. What they would see is that it's a slow business and nobody's coming in to do any shopping with them. That's what they would see. Right? And they would be like, why is it so slow? It's because nobody has the money to do transactions with. Okay? Now, if you had a gold system, that would limit it. It would only be limited to the amount of gold that you had available to the price that people were wanting to charge for it. Right? And that's all the transactions that could happen was the amount of gold that existed. But if you have an unlimited amount of debt that you can issue out that now provides the ability to do transactions, now you have an unlimited ability to do transactions. Okay? And this is what was limited by having other reserve currencies, world reserve currencies out there, is that there's a limitation on how much money actually exists. And that limitation then puts a limitation on how many transactions can take place. And so, again, like people want to do transactions, they will be finding another way. If this currency doesn't do it, they'll trade seashells. They'll trade gold. They'll trade another currency. They'll find something else. But if the one common currency that everybody wants is in use and everybody's willing to go for it, that's what's going to end up being used. And that's where the dollar stepped in, right? Like, because no other nation was willing to do it. Like, I mean, you tell the people back in like the 20s and 30s and 40s, it was like, hey, we're going to get to a point in this world where we're not going to use dollars anymore, and as you know it, by being backed by gold. What we're going to use is this fiat debt-based currency, and everything will be revolving on a financial debt-based aspect of it, with nothing ever getting truly paid off. The people would have been looking at you like, are you delusional? Like, are you stupid or something? That can't happen. Like, it can't happen. It's like talking negative interest rates or something. It just won't work. Right? But yeah, here we are, and it's now taking place. All right. Why couldn't gold just be valued higher to make up for supply? I think they just want power through the economic means, not to have it work for. Well, okay. So I understand the statement behind it. Like, why can't they just say, hey, we only have this much gold, reprice everything to accommodate the price of gold? Like, so here's the thing. If I set up a business and I put a price for a TV out there at $100, but we're dealing with a deflationary currency like gold, and in order to do more transactions, the price of the gold would have to be valued up higher, meaning that I'm going to sell this TV for $100, right? There's a fixed amount of gold. So let's say it was $100 for an ounce of gold. That means I would be trading this TV for 1 ounce of gold. Now, nobody's wanting to do any transactions with me because nobody has an ounce of gold to buy a TV with. But they might have a half an ounce of gold, right? So now I have to discount my TV. And I have to do this continuously into the future if I want to do a transaction. Meaning that the next one I do, because there's even less gold out there available to sell the next TV, because now I have that half ounce of gold, right? And unless I relinquish that back out there, but I'm an industrious person who's looking to save, right? So I want to hold on to that gold coin. Now there's even less money to do transactions out there because I've hoarded onto this. I have to sell the TV for even less going into the future. So now I might have purchased this TV for $100. And as we continue on into the future with this deflationary currency, I can't sell this TV for the same price that I had paid for it. In fact, the only way to sell it is I have to make it cheaper. I'm out of business. This doesn't work for me. Like, I'm not going to conduct myself inside of this kind of system. Now, if I was a saver, on the other hand, and I had this money, I would totally love this idea. Like, I would be down for it. I'd be like, why wouldn't you want to do this? This is awesome. All the money that you save, it has a higher purchasing power going into the future. Why wouldn't you want that? Because the business owner doesn't want it. I want it as a consumer, but as a business, I wouldn't want that. I would think that would be terrible. That would be a horrible thing to have to discount my product going into the future because there wasn't enough currency out there to facilitate the trade. Screw that. Like, I'm not into it. Right? And neither would anybody else. Right? And that's the problem with it. And that's what the problem we were facing here in the United States is we denied the world with the ability to do their transactions because we were so good at producing and saving that we saved all the money and screwed them out of it. right? And they didn't really screw them out of it. We were just really good at what we did, right? I mean, if you're a really hardworking individual who was saving and you ended up with all the money, are you to blame? You're like, hey, man, I did good, right? Like, I mean, I did a good job. I tried hard, and this is the reward I get for it. But everybody else is kind of pissed because now they're like sitting in poverty and misery. Well, what do you do, right? And I was just like, well, I don't want to give up my gold, and you guys want to do transactions. Yeah, how about I just print up a bunch of money? There you go. Like, go do the transactions. I'm not giving you my gold. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, this is the way reality really is setting into it. Yeah. Why would you hoard gold over the things that you want and need? The problem is that things you don't need, why you need to spend your savings. Okay, well, that's just the thing. Like, unless you need it, why would you spend your money? And in fact, if you are buying something that you don't need, you are buying into luxuries, which is the exact problem that starts creating the issues that the Cantillon effect describes, where now you got foreign production coming in and competing with the domestic manufacturers. You shouldn't have bought that thing that you didn't need. You should only buy things you need, right? But human nature says, man, I worked hard and I want to drive a new Camaro, drink more beer, eat more steaks, have better clothes, all the stuff, right? Like, I mean, there's all kinds of things that we should do and could do, and, it would be nice if it happened, but it doesn't work like that. Like, it just doesn't. Excellent interviewee on the Financial Preppers YT channel. Right on. Thank you. Yeah, I've done a few interviews lately, and man, they are really good. The one on Think Media was really good with Sean Cannell. Holy moly, man, that one was really, really, really top notch. If you just Google like YouTube Think Media Uneducated Economist, it should pop right up. And man, in fact, I watched the beginning of that interview again this morning. It was really, really good. In fact, even George Gammon sent me a message telling me how good of an interview that was, which is like, pretty awesome because, George only contacts me when he's actually got business to talk about, so for him to like, send me a message saying, hey man, good job on that interview. I was like, hey, right on. Nice compliment. All right. UE, what are your thoughts on UFOs? Yeah, I'm not big into the UFO conspiracy kind of thing. I'm not big into UFOs, Bigfoot, aliens, uh, none of that stuff. Ghosts, like, I mean, the whole like haunted mansions and stuff like that. Not into it. Like, I don't experience those kind of things. Never have. So, like, maybe someday. You can't bring your gold to the afterlife. The only thing you can leave here is your influence. Yeah, I totally agree. Mind-stimulating conversation, you. Well, thank you so much. That's what I like to hear. This is what I'm going for. This is what I'm trying to push. Is the thinking, the conversation, the ideas of what it is that we need to do for ourselves as an individual. And I think that having discussions like this is the best way to go about that. All right. An hour and 32 minutes into it, 600 likes. My goodness, you guys tore that like button up. That's incredible. With 490 people, 603 likes. Again, I didn't even think we were going to get it this far into the stream. We're an hour and a half into it. If you want to carry it on, let's get it up to, I don't know, let's say 625. Let's get it to 625 in the next 5 minutes here. We'll continue on for a little bit longer. Otherwise, we'll end the live stream here at 1:45, an hour and 45 into it. So get it to 625. We'll continue on. All right. I bought my first silver bar because of you. Thank you for the advice. Well, thank you, Cameron, for that. I mean, like, thank you for listening, right? Even if you didn't buy the bar, just, thank you for being here. Thank you for listening, but thank you for jumping in, right? For getting your hands on that first piece, right? It doesn't cost you anything. It's not financial advice. It's literally just get that first piece into your hand just so you can get the feeling of it. So, it doesn't cost much, right? How much is an ounce of silver? $30? And $35 if you pay a premium on it. So for $35, the cost of like hanging out at the bar for a few hours, you can have a piece of silver in your hand. And once you get it in your hand, something changes in you. It's like literally like this energy that comes out of the silver and goes into your body that you start to feel, and you feel the realness of it. You see the value in it. You think to yourself, man, I have something that's outside of that third party claim. All of a sudden it feels powerful, right? It like literally feels like a power in your hand after you get a hold of it. And you don't know the feeling until you get that first ounce. Once you have the first ounce, it totally makes sense. It totally makes sense. You get it. Like everything, like until you get it, you're thinking, man, this dude's weird, right? But once you have it in your hand, it's like, I get it now. That totally makes sense. I feel it. I understand it. I see it. And then from that point on, you can't help it but to say, well, I want two. I want to clink them together. I want to stack them. I want to do all kinds of stuff. And pretty soon you start ending up with more and more of it. And then you find that once you have a bunch of it, your concern about like things that are taking place out there start to really diminish. Like you're still concerned about it, but like the anxiety part of things, like, being able to sleep at night and stuff, that starts to become a lot easier because you're not so worried about it, considering you got something that's outside of that third party claim. Again, like there's really no other position that you can do, maybe Bitcoin on a lesser extent, but really there's nothing else that can do that like silver and gold can. All right, man, you guys got it to 627. That's incredible. Okay, well, let's continue it on for a little bit longer here. We'll get it up to an hour and 45 and we'll see where we're at. All right, Metal Sear 500 or $5. Thank you so much. 500, I wish. All right, $5. Thank you so much. Going on 79. Keep gold for rainy day. No L Corvette. If don't need, we'll give to inheritors and hope to use it the same way. Yeah, I totally agree, Metal Seer. That's exactly my intentions to go with my silver holdings as well. I have it outside of the third-party claim, insurance policy. Hope nothing ever causes it to go dramatically high in price. I want to keep stacking it up. I want to keep stacking it up for my own insurance, and I want to stack it up so I can give it to my kids when I pass away. That is what I want with silver. I do not want it to go to $1,000 an ounce because I do not want to see an economy that has $1,000 an ounce silver in it. It's not going to be pleasant times. However, if it does go to $1,000 an ounce, I'm going to feel quite fortunate to have been in a position by holding silver. Either way, I'm good with it. Stay low, go high, whatever. I'm a holder of silver, and that's the position that I'm going to be in. Thank you so much for the $5. Guns and ammo can make you sleep tight. Yeah. If you drink coffee, you're already eating bugs. 10% is the allowable limit to be in coffee. I love coffee. God, I love that stuff. All right. I have 4 phones and 10 emails. Gave a like on each one. That's how it happened. That's how we got it up to 632 likes. All right. We left gold for a reason. Laugh out loud, FF. This is cringe. Bitcoin is the way to go. Alexander, I mean, I agree for a personal purchasing like of Bitcoin. Like I'm trying to acquire 1 Bitcoin. I have about a half a Bitcoin, like just shy of a half a Bitcoin right now. My goal in life is to own 1. Like I don't even know what I would do with it after I had it, or if I get to 1, what would happen then? I'm just like I got this weird goal in my mind that I just want to own 1, right? So I buy like $50, once a month, once a week, if I can. It depends on where I'm at. I never really do a purchase much more than $50 at a time. And I've been doing that for so long, I couldn't even tell you where my average is on Bitcoin. But my expectations of it are so low that really, like, I don't even have a reason to buy it. Like, that's how low my expectations are for Bitcoin. I know it's not going to work for a world reserve currency, and I know that the idea of adopting it into a common form of doing transactions is just not feasible for the Bitcoin protocol. So again, my expectations of it are really low. However, I really like the idea of Bitcoin. Once you start a transaction, nothing stops it. Not an entity, not an authority, nobody's going to stop you from communicating that transaction with anybody in the entire world who has access to the internet. That is like, as an anarchist, I love that idea. Absolutely love that idea. However, I don't have much belief that it's actually going to get there. But I love the idea, right? So okay, I'm cool with it. I'll, if it happens, cool. I mean, I'll put $50 a week or a month at it, and you know, consider it a gambling experience if nothing pans out. But if it does, then it can turn into something being really amazing, right? And now, if you want to go into like, hey man, let's get really jazzed on the Bitcoin idea. Mark Moss put together an incredible presentation at the Rebel Capitalist, and he had a compelling argument for 400 million of Bitcoin, right? And now, I don't believe it's going to go to 400 million, but even if it got remotely close to that, I would be pretty happy, right? So, so anyway, that's my feelings towards Bitcoin. I buy it regularly, and I have a very low expectation of it. Okay, let's see. Peace dollars are nice, even though they had no plan for peace. Yeah, I have a few peace dollars. Peace silver dollars are cool. First Majestic has a deal on 5-ounce and 10-ounce cash bars today. Also, they don't charge extra for using a credit card, so I'm getting 2% back, saving 60 cents an ounce. There you go. See, now there you're thinking, right? Found one with no commission, right? Found it where you can actually use a credit card where you get a return, right? You're getting a cash back return on it. So now the silver purchase is getting even better, right? This is the way you do it. Stack that silver up. Yeah. Also, look into the gold to real estate ratio. Yeah, like the gold to house. That's the compelling argument that Jason Hartman puts together. Expensive compared to what? High compared to what? Right? Compare it to gold, compare it to rice, compare it to all these other commodities and things that are out there, and you're going to find when you compare certain things to other things that it's not as expensive as you once might have thought, right? And Jason Hartman does a great argument for that one too. I don't recall exactly all the details of it, but yeah, expensive compared to what? All right, Lorenzo, thank you so much for the $9.99. Hey Simon, does being frugal, working extra, trying to own a property, and accumulating some precious metals compromise the entirety of what we need to get on the right side of the economic wedge? I agree. I believe that is. Yeah. Hey, being frugal, working extra, trying to own a property, accumulating some precious metals. And I think the other thing is to own cash flowing assets, which I think the property part of that would be included into that idea. But yes, absolutely. That would be the move onto the right side of the wedge, right? Like, I think the wrong move that somebody would face is here's the thing. Like, one of the one of the easiest times that I had ever lived was when I lived in a trailer park, right? I lived when Sarah and I were first married. We lived in a trailer park. We lived there for quite a few years, and it was one of the best experiences that I've ever had. Like, I loved that trailer park, right? It was easy living, eat cheap rent, had our own place, neighbors were awesome, right? Now, what I found interesting is that when I think back about living in that trailer park, like, pretty typical trailer park people, right? Drank beer and partied and threw our cans in the yard at times and stuff like that. So, I was young, right? However, like, this is kind of the condition of a trailer park, right? There's some trailer parks that are nicer than others, and there was definitely some that were worse than the one that I lived in, right? We had a pretty nice neighborhood. I mean, it was okay, right? Typical trailer park. But I was amazed by how many new vehicles I would see in this park, right? And I'm thinking to myself, like, I even had a new vehicle at one time, but Sarah and I could really afford it. We were both working full-time jobs. We had the money, whatever. And so we ended up buying like some new vehicles. But I think about that. Those new vehicles that we had purchased is what kept us in the trailer park, right? Like, if we had been frugal, saved our money, drove cheaper vehicles, we would have been able to save faster to get out of the trailer park and into a house. But that's not what we did. We had the easy living, and so we bought into nicer luxuries. We took vacations. We blew our money at the bar. We never really intended on leaving the trailer park. We just enjoyed having cheap rent and spending our money, right? And so that was one of the problems that we were facing. We had the exact opportunity by being in the trailer park to take advantage of that situation and save money so that we could get into the house, and we pissed it away. We were not getting ourselves on the right side of the wedge. We had our opportunity then. We didn't do it. Right? And so we misunderstood it. We didn't know that we were supposed to do that. We were just kids and having fun. And we were like, okay, we got money. Let's go to the bar. Let's go hang out. Let's go do stuff. And that's what we ended up doing. And so that was actually devastating years later down the road when we didn't have anything. And it was just like, man, if we hadn't bought the new truck and the car and the vacations and all the other stuff that we went and blew all that money on at the bar and stuff like that, but actually was paying attention to what we were doing like we are today, like, lessons in life learned until, repeated until learned. So if we hadn't experienced that, we wouldn't have been able to do it today. But at the time, if I understood it better, man, I would have been done so much better. I could have probably still owned that trailer, renting it out today. I mean, but I wasn't smart about things at the time. I didn't think about it. But yes, I totally agree. That's all the things. And, the cash flowing assets. Being able to put yourself in a position in which that you can borrow money to buy rental properties and then load up on as many rental properties as possible by going that route. This is how like the Robert Kiyosaki's and the, and all the rest of the people made their millions out there. No, because money is printed out of thin air. You'd be better served getting as close to the money printer as possible. That's right, Benny. That's right. Borrow the money and buy rental properties. All right, we are at an hour and 45 minutes into this with 471 people watching and 656 likes. That is absolutely incredible, guys. Thank you so much for keeping me out here, hitting that like button, hitting me up with those super chats. Got $53.98 in super chats. This has been an amazing live stream. We've covered so many topics here today. It's one of the, this is really why I love this channel, is because we break it down constantly, right? We keep discussing these things. We keep bringing them up. We bring up the BRICS. We bring up the monetary policy. We bring up like trade deficits and trading and, impacts from all this other stuff. Having the communication then gives us the ability to internalize it so that we can make that best decision for ourselves, right? This is how it's done. We can't do it by just simply watching a video. You have to discuss it. You have to think about it. You have to be able to recall the information in a way that says, this is the way some people think, and this is the way these other people think, and maybe my thoughts are a little bit in between them, or maybe I lean to one side or the other, but the discussion is where it is found, right? Okay. Okay, back up here. Wayne, before the show ends, I ask a favor. Yeah, you got it, man. What do you need? From the chat, let's send some good fishing thoughts to All-Nighter Hider, my favorite blue wrench. Yeah, absolutely. All-Nighter is up there. He's about ready to just get out there on the water. They're going to be slaying them salmon up there, fishing up in Alaska. Yeah, let's all send him some good thoughts, some good energy, make it the best season he's ever had up there. The guy is the hardest working dude on YouTube, right? I guarantee you, for somebody who doesn't have a bunch of followers and putting out the content like a YouTuber is, that guy is the comment creator of all comment creators. He has networked so vastly through the YouTube community. Like, it's amazing. When I'm at the Rebel Capitalist, I have the other YouTubers, the other speakers, and a lot of fans and stuff like that who come up, they recognize, they see the videos, they shake my hands. Hey man, thank you very much, for everything you do. When All-Nighter is there, it's genuine appreciation for All-Nighter himself, man. Hey, it's great to see you, dude. Thanks for making it here again. It's awesome. And this is what he's getting from guys like Jason Hartman and George and, all the guys out there. Doesn't have, I didn't introduce him to these people. He went and introduced himself to all these people. He knows them better than I know them. And that's what's crazy about it. If you ever wanted to see somebody or learn about networking, and how it is to set up communications so that you can actually have a real impact on your life, you follow guys like All-Nighter. That dude could probably teach courses on how to network. It's amazing to me. I'm still, every time I go to a convention, I see it happening. He is I don't know how he does it. He just says, I just talk to people. That's what he tells me. I'm like, dude, how do you do this? And he was just like, I don't know, I just talk to people. That's it. That's what he says. I just talk to people, And yeah, it's killer, right? Hey, thank you for joining the channel there, B Dan82. You're gonna get a lot of value out of the membership to joining the channel here, the Uneducated Economist YouTube channel. It's $1 a month, but you're gonna have access to a lot of videos that we have done over the last few months that are member-only videos. We break down monetary speeches, or the Federal Reserve's speeches on monetary policy. We break them down word for word. We go over those speeches so that we can really get a good understanding of what it is that they're trying to communicate through them. There's really nobody else that I can find on YouTube who's providing that sort of information, and for $1 a month, that's not a bad deal, right? You can go and watch all these videos. It costs you $1. You will get an insane amount of knowledge out of it. You will be able to pick up like a lot of like the information that I talk about here on these videos. It was communicated through those membership only live streams that we had done. And they're boring. Like I'm not gonna tell you they're exciting. They're not exciting, but economics isn't necessarily an exciting thing to learn, right? There's a lot of working parts to it. There's a lot of concepts and theories and things you got to really try, to try and internalize. And we do that through those discussions in those membership only videos. It was great to meet you at the RCL. Yeah, it was great meeting you too, Doug. Okay, his channel is All Nighter Hider Phil. Oh, that was Phil. Yeah, All Nighter Hider is his YouTube channel. Why is the sun still out where you are? Oh yeah, this is what you get for living in the northern part of Oregon. The sun will actually, what time is it? It's probably getting on to late, isn't it? 8 o'clock? It's in June, so we'll probably be fairly light out. Like you'll be able to see out into the yard probably until like after 9:30. Right? And going on to 10 is when it'll finally get dark. Like you'll still be able to see some light in the sky at 10 o'clock. But yeah, it'll still be like fairly light out at about 9:30, like enough that you can see out, and that's when it really gets dark. Here at the end of the month, it'll go almost all the way till 10 before it gets dark. And then of course, it'll fire up first thing in the morning. It'll be light, it'll start getting light at 4:30 in the morning. By 5 o'clock, the sun's out. And so yeah, it's a very short night period here. And like where all nighters at, it's gonna stay daytime all like you'll get like 15 minutes of darkness or whatever. The sun doesn't set on Simon. Yeah, Simon doesn't sleep. All right, best salmon ever was lightly smoked, packed in jars from Alaska. Yeah, he's really he's in one of the areas that is probably one of the best places to get salmon from. I mean, I'm not going to knock the salmon that comes into the Columbia River. You get those, that stuff that just came out off of the ocean with the sea lice on it. You got some really good fresh fish that's happening right there. That stuff is tasty. But again, it's like, Alaskan wild caught salmon. It's hard to beat. It's only 8:10 p.m. here in Northern Oregon. We have another hour until the sun sets. Just looked up his channel. Thanks. Yeah, go subscribe to All Nighter. Show him some love. Give him a lot of attention on that channel, so when he gets back to the internet and he fires up his phone and checks his communications, he's going to see like a ton of new subscribers and comments and stuff like that on his videos. Go hit him up. Show him a bunch of love. He would really like that. All right. Wow, that's interesting. I thought I was watching a late live. You are watching a late live, man. All right, Simon called out 17K worth of Bitcoin. Good stuff, man. Cashed out. I never cashed out of Bitcoin. Like, I don't think I sold a little bit of Bitcoin, but I've never sold Bitcoin really. Ketchikan is the great place for salmon. How's the cat in Alaska? I eat Samurai Sam salmon because it's cheap. I just subbed to him. Well, thank you, Phil. I appreciate that, man. Just subbed to him also. Well, cool, Harrison. Yeah, everybody go and give him a bunch of subs. That would just be awesome for him because he doesn't have any internet access where he's at. So occasionally he will able to, I guess, dock the boat, and they have like, some Starlink access there, so they get some brief internet, Wi-Fi communications that they get. But for the most part, there are no communications whatsoever. Enjoy your Father's Day tomorrow, Simon. Yeah, I will. That's one of the reasons why I'm doing a stream today, is because I'm probably not going to do one tomorrow. I might, I don't know, but I figured that, let's get one out today just in case. All right. Like the stream. Let's get it to 1,000 likes. Yeah, we're at 673 likes. We're about 6 minutes away from the 2-hour mark. That's a really long live stream, but you guys are keeping me out here. 412 people watching, 673 likes. If you can get it to 700 likes, if you can get it to 700 in the next 5 minutes, then I'll stick around. Other than that, we should probably end the live stream at 2 hours. It's, we got other things that we could be doing with our evening, like sitting around watching TV doing nothing, right? But thank you very much for being part of the stream tonight. This has been an absolutely incredible one. It's been like a lot of topics that we had discussed. It's been a great conversation. Thank you very much for being here. Benny says, enjoy your Father's Day tomorrow, Simon. Tomorrow is my first. Is it right on, Benny? Good for you, brother, man. It's like there's nothing quite changes a dude like having kids, right? Like I looked back and I thought, man, I never really wanted kids, like all the way up, and I was like 32 years old before my first kid was born. After that, completely changed everything. I was just like, oh man, if I had known this earlier, I would have done this way different. Like I would have started earlier, I would have done things way differently. It makes all the difference in the world on how you view the world, how you view other people, like everything. It changes everything about you, right? And for the better. Yeah. So yes, enjoy your Father's Day tomorrow as well, Benny. All right, doing nothing is great. Yeah, UE is greater than TV. Yeah, it is. Thank you so much for that too. All right, congrats, Benny. Yeah, absolutely. Congrats, brother. Thank you, sir. He was a month old as of the 12th of this month. Wow, just the brand new. They're so. You know what I love? You know what I like when those babies are so small like that is you go and you look at that little fingernail, like the little nail on their little finger or the nail on their little toe, and it is so small and insignificant. It's just a tiny little spot there, and I think to myself, man, look how tiny this little creature is, and look how small that little fingernail is. It's just like it puts everything into much more perspective. You look at your own and you look at that, and it's just like this little tiny thing that almost non-existent. Dads make moms and kids. Yeah, that's right. They really do, deja vu. I don't chat much, but I always enjoy listening to these live streams, Yui. Well, thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the commenting on the chat too. Even just a simple comment like that is great for the algorithm, and it supports the channel. That's all there is to it. So thank you. Is the economic ninja wrong with his outlook? Okay, Mark, I'm not going to call out Economic Ninja for being wrong. The dude is incredibly intelligent. Like, I've listened to him. He knows a lot of stuff. He has a vast amount of communications that he does with people out there. So he gets a view and an insight that is different from mine, and I'm not going to knock his information. I've talked to him personally. We've shaken hands. We've he's asked me, hey man, is there anything I can do to help you out in your channel? Do you want to do like an interview or stuff like that? The dude is really cool, right? I mean, straight up really cool. Now, with that being said, and I don't want to knock it, there is ways that you can get a lot more views on the channel than what I'm doing. And part of that has a lot to do with the fear factor that's involved with it. Shock and awe, right? If you can shock and awe, you can get a lot of attention. And I've done it myself. I've even recently just done it with the titles of my videos, right? If I want to make money on YouTube, if I want to get some revenue off of it, I have to do something that is going to be shocking, right? At least in the title. I don't have to do it in the video, but I do have to do it in the title in order to get the views. Now, if I did it in the video itself, and I was sitting around being very fear-mongering and shocking and throwing information that has you very concerned about the future, it would get a lot more views, right? And again, I would be making more money at it. That is not the direction that I want to go with the channel. Like, I am an entertainer. I want to entertain. I want people to laugh and enjoy the experience of what it is that I have presented, whether it's being on stage doing bingo or rebel capitalist or anything. The one that I really want people to take away from it, it was like, man, I enjoyed the experience of listening to. Okay. Now, whether they learned anything from it, hey, that's secondary. But to have enjoyed just the experience of listening or being part of it, that's what I was going for. Now, other people, they're pushing for views, revenue, for whatever, making the most money they can. And just like any newspaper out there, you have to get the views. You have to be shocking, right? You got to get it out there. So with that being said, I'm not knocking any of his information, but sometimes, a lot of times, YouTubers, including myself, I've done this, will take information and kind of blow it out of proportion to sensationalize it, right? And by doing that, you get more views and you get more revenue from it. So that's how I see it, right? I think about, like, how many times have you seen a YouTuber bring up a video or a topic that says, get your money out of the bank now before it collapses altogether, right? How many times have you seen those type of videos? I don't do videos like that. Like, I don't do videos that says, get your money out of the banks now before they collapse. I do videos that say, people say you should get your money out of the bank. Are you going to? And I say, no, I'm probably not, but I should, right? I'm not going to, because I understand that the Federal Reserve has set up lifeboats to deal with economic failures within the banking system. So when things like the Silicon Valley Bank fired off and people were flipping out about it, I was one saying, yeah, I'm not that concerned, right? And really, the elevated concern that people had was very legitimate concerns, right? But if you didn't understand that the Federal Reserve had already communicated that they knew that there was going to be bank failures and that they would have lifeboats to save the situation, then you would be hella concerned, right? But I wasn't, because I was just like, well, yeah, I already heard the Federal Reserve kind of talk about this already. I didn't know they were going to set up a bank term funding program, but I didn't know they were going to do something, right? So it wasn't a surprise. It was just like, I knew it wasn't going to fail, and I knew the Fed was going to step up. I didn't know it was going to go down the way it did. I didn't know it was going to look like that, right? So other people saw the bank failures coming and were flipping out because they didn't think about the Federal Reserve and their lifeboats and their safeties that they had, already not only communicated, but had prepped up and ready to go, right? And so understanding it from those two directions, like, I could have put out a video saying, get your money out of the bank, there's going to be bank failures, your concerns should be extremely elevated because of this, and I could have put out a video like that, and it would have been accurate, right? But I couldn't do a video like that because it wasn't real to me. Like, that wasn't a real like, that wasn't really going to happen, and it didn't happen. And so for me, my level of concern was so low that I didn't even find it important, right? Like, other people found it terribly important. You got to think about this. You got to do something. You should do something in order before it's all too late, right? And I'm thinking, I don't. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to do anything. Like, that's like, I mean, is it dangerous to have that sort of mindset? Yeah, it kind of is, right? But I was not that concerned, right? I mean, it was just like, yeah, it's pretty concerning, but I don't think this is going to do it. And I was right. It didn't do anything to my bank. Like, my bank didn't suffer any consequences from any of that stuff. I'm not saying they didn't suffer any consequences. They didn't shut down. I didn't lose money. Like, I had access to my money the entire time. Like, I wasn't worried. Okay? And that's the problem that a lot of other YouTubers face, especially ones who are very knowledgeable, right? Is that if you miss one little part within it, like, I miss stuff all the time. Like, I mean, there's no way you can know all the different parts and pieces of the economy that are going to come into it. You just can't. But if you're seeing clearly one part without necessarily understanding that there is another aspect to that you might see this one thing and only see it that way, and then when it takes off, you're like, oh, nobody saw this other aspect coming. Well, you didn't look. You didn't. Just because you didn't hear about it, nobody else talked about it, didn't mean it didn't exist. It was still there, you just didn't see it. So, alrighty, guys. How late do you want to stay out for? I mean, we're at 709 likes. My goodness. I don't think I've ever had a live stream get up to 700 likes before. Maybe we did. What was that last one we did? It was quite a few as well, but 709 likes. This is incredible, okay? 2 hours into this, I don't know. How long do you want to go? Should we go another 15 minutes? I mean, we're at 7:11 right now with the likes. Get it up to 7:25, and if you get it to 7:25 in the next 5 minutes, we'll continue on to 2 hours and 15. Right? We'll continue on a little bit further. Harrison, thank you so much for joining the channel. You're really going to enjoy those member-only videos. Again, they're not necessarily fun. They're kind of long, a little bit boring, but man, the information that you get out of them is so valuable. Well worth the $1. All right. I want to stay until 6 a.m. 10 p.m. 10 p.m. Everybody says. All right. What time is it? It's 8:24. That's another hour and a half away. All right. Crushing it, UE. Well, thank you, MLB. I appreciate that, man. I unsubbed from Economic Ninja after he kept shilling his classes and kept fear-mongering. He was good in the beginning. Yeah, and that's the issue, Mike. Like, how is it that we make money off of YouTube? How, like, if I made $50,000 on YouTube next year, I would want to make $60,000-$70,000, right? Like, I don't want to make the same amount. I want to make more. The only way to make more on YouTube is to sell stuff, to get more views, to do something, right? So if you like want to grow your business, how do you do that? Like me personally, I've realized that, man, there is so much stuff that I don't do that these other YouTubers do to make money. In fact, there's people out there who probably have a third of the subscribers that I have who probably make twice as much money as I do. Right? Like, I'm sure of that. Like, in fact, I know there is. I know people who do, right? Who have a third of the subscribers that I do who make twice as much money as I do, right? In fact, they look at my channel and they're like, dude, what are you doing, man? You should be killing it. You should have so much money right now from your channel and from the subscribers and all that other stuff. What the hell are you doing, right? And I have to think, oh, like I'm putting up videos. I don't know what I'm doing here, man. I mean, I'm just doing what I do, right? I never really intended on making money, so I never really thought about making money on it. I wasn't like trying to be like, hey, man, I'm going to build up a subscriber base so I can sell you a bunch of stuff. I didn't think that. I never thought that. In fact, the times that I did do it, it felt terrible. Like I did some sponsorships, made killer money at it, and made me feel horrible. Like I'm like, man, this is not true to me or this channel. This is not what I am looking for. Like I mean, I love being able to acquire the money to do great things with my family. Like I love that part of it, but I hate the feeling that I got by doing it. It was just like, this isn't working for me. I can't do it like this. So this I can do. Like I can do this. I can go for the super chats. I can go for the memberships. I could even build a course or a book or something and sell that. Like do this information and charge like, charge people consultation fees or something of that nature. Like all those things I feel are definitely true to me and true to this channel and true to the selling point of it. But the moment that I start pushing things that don't relate to the channel or aren't benefiting you in your life or something of that, like I can't do it. Like I can't do it. Like I physically can't do it. My heart hurts from it, All right. Would you buy more investment properties in Oregon or invest out of the state? McMinnville home prices are crashing. Oregon's a terrible place. Like I know a few landlords here and they say that it was much better years ago than it is today. So I probably, if I was to buy rental properties, would be finding locations outside of Oregon. Like that, just me personally. In fact, I think there's probably places all over the country that are extremely better than Oregon is going to be. So that's my personal opinion on it. Just not that I have any experience with it because I don't own rental properties in Oregon, but from the landlords that I know, they're not necessarily happy. And in fact, one of them who was in an investment group with a bunch of other people who also had properties, she was telling me that she's like one of the last people who are still in Oregon in her group. They all sold their properties and moved to other places. So no, probably not. I mean, but then again, if the opportunity was there, then yes, I would, right? But yeah, not looking. All right, 8:45. It's 8:28 right now. So, imposter syndrome, not worth the money to, yeah, totally. Yeah, Justin, I had to deal with imposter syndrome big time. Like, I didn't know why the hell the channel took off. I didn't think I was like, I thought it was completely like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like the feeling that I got when the channel really started taking off, when I got close to 100,000, was just like, man, it's only a matter of time before people are going to realize I'm a fake and it's going to be over, right? Like that's literally how I felt on the inside. It was just like, there's no way. There's no way that this is right. There's no way that I should be able to get this money. There's no way that I should have this channel. I am a 9-to-5er who barely makes his bills. That's me, right? And I couldn't understand any other life outside of that. Like it didn't feel comfortable. It didn't feel familiar. I didn't understand it. Like literally was thinking, man, this almost seems wrong. Like literally it felt wrong. Yeah. And I had to like literally like deal with that mental issue. Like it was just like, no, observe this situation, observe the thoughts. Why do you feel this way? Like let that go. Right? You are deserving of this. You have worked hard to get here, right? Like don't think that you didn't work hard. Like I have to tell myself that, because a lot of times it doesn't feel like work. It feels like it's just me being me. Like I don't feel like I like worked hard at what I did. I was just trying to figure it out for myself. And then I start coming out here to, communicate some of the things that I've learned, and then trying to come up with more videos. I just kept diving into research. None of it felt like it was hard work. I look back on it and I think, damn, I worked hard on that stuff. Like I spent hours in putting the video together and doing the, facing the fears and doing the speaking engagements and stuff like that. Like all of it didn't feel like I was doing a job. It just felt like I was just being me, you know? And that's where like it comes into. It was just like, okay, well now go and make some money at it. And it was just like, I can monetize just me being me. Like, how does that work? Like I don't understand. Like you usually have to sell somebody something in order to get money. You have to trade time to get money. Like I can monetize just being me. Like how does that work? But yes, that's really the fact. And it's not just a matter of monetizing me being me. It's monetizing the fact that I have information that I can now communicate to people who relate to it, and they get benefit out of that. And now I understand that. Like anybody can acquire the information and then go out there on YouTube and start spitting it out. But are you going to be able to relate to that person? Right? Are you going to be able to look at them and say, man, I don't think you know what it is that I've experienced. See, that's where this channel does really well, because we're full of working class people who are trying to figure this thing out. I mean, yes, I do have hedge funds and investors and real estate agents and, people who might be like considered big time professionals or something who are following this channel. But really the bulk of this channel is working class people who are just like me, because that's who relates to me and that's why they watch it. Right. And now coming to that understanding of it is really what is like, okay, I can go for the money, right? I can go and monetize things. I can write the book. I can do the courses. I can do these things in order to, elevate myself into a higher position without having to sell out through sponsorships or anything else, right? Like, yeah, I can do that. That is something that I can do. And I had to literally convince myself that I can do that, because again, like, if you never had that in your life, why would you think you would be worthy of it? Like, it's just like, literally a mental block. All right, Chris Phipps for the $1.99. Thank you so much. Go Simon, nada on TV. I keep watching to the end, till end. Right on, man. Thank you so much, Chris. I appreciate the $1.99. All right, let's cruise down here a little bit. What time is it? We're at 8:32, 2 hours and 12 minutes into the stream. We are 8 people away from hitting that 750 like mark, right? 8 people away. There's 8 people within the 370 people who are watching this who have not hit the like button yet. There's got to be. You hit that like button. We get it up to 750. We carry this live stream on for till 2.5, right? We'll carry it on for another 15 afterwards. All right, 5 likes away. Yes, I'm like you, E. I'm uneducated. Laugh out loud. Yep, that's it. I relate. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, and that's the thing. That's what I found. It was like I couldn't understand how it is that the channel was doing as well as it was. Like it didn't make sense to me. And then when I went to the Rebel Capitalist, that's when it finally clicked for me. Was when I went to the Rebel Capitalist a couple of years ago, and I have like you got to think, guys. I never experienced anything like this before, right? I just flew first class down to Houston to go speak on stage in front of people who just paid $800 on tickets to get into this thing, right? I'm scared. I'm nervous. I have no clue of what it is that I'm doing here, but I got to go through this thing, right? And so I'm standing there at the cocktail party. My wife's standing there next to me. My mom and my stepfather are there, right? They have been fans of Robert Kiyosaki forever, so they're over there like gushing over Robert Kiyosaki. And I literally have a line of about 20 people who are lined up waiting to shake my hand and say hello to me. And I'm like, I look over at Sarah and I'm like, my wife, and I'm like, what in the world is this? Like, look at this. These people are lined up to shake my hand, right? I've never had anything like that before. Like, holy crap. Like, most people don't even know who the hell I am. Then, I mean, if anything, they would be like, hey, man, great job at bingo, right? But yeah, here, this is taking place right here in front of me, And I'm just like, holy crap, this is real. Like, I'm really doing this. I'm really going to get up on stage and I'm going to speak to the same audience as all these awesome other speakers are going to do. I'm going to speak to the same audience as Ron Paul. Like, the dude that when I was still into politics, Ron Paul was my dude. Like, I just absolutely dreamed of the day to be able to meet this guy, and one day I thought to myself, man, I'm going to meet him. I didn't get to meet him. He was over there and he had a bunch of security and stuff like that. Like, I could see him over there, but I didn't go and approach him. I got to speak on the same stage to the same audience. That's close enough. That's close enough, right? To me, that was an amazing moment. And it was from that point on that I thought to myself, no, dude, you are doing this, dude. You are the real deal, right? It's small, you're growing, you're figuring this thing out, but it's really happening. And it was literally at that point that I thought, okay, the imposter syndrome started to fade, right? It started to dissipate a lot more after that, especially after I knocked out the speaking, like the presentation. Once I did that, like, because you think about it, public speaking is the greatest human fear in existence. People are more worried about getting up in front of people to speak than they are death. Isn't that crazy? Like, literally, it almost causes them to want to feel like, man, I would rather die than to get up on stage and speak in front of a bunch of people. It is the number one biggest fear for people. And I tell you, it's real. Man, that fear is so real. Like, I went up there acting cool and collected. I knocked the presentation out. But the moment that I said, good morning, everybody, I'm the uneducated economist, the lights went out. Like, I do not remember being on stage. I went directly into flow state and started speaking. And there was a moment in which that I put my hand on the podium and I came to and I saw nothing but a sea of eyes. And I had no clue of what I just said or what I'm needing to say next. Like, I have no clue. All of a sudden, I'm on stage and there's just a shit pot of people there. And I'm like, whoa. I lost my place. I said it out loud, right? And I thought to myself, dude, you're going up, right? And if you've ever been in an acting class or on plays or whatever, going up means you forgot your line, right? And I'm like, dude, you're going up. What did your acting coach tell you, right? So I just went back to Karen Bain in my mind, and she said, just start talking. Just start saying the next line you can think of. So that's what I did. I just opened my mouth up and just started saying words. And I have no clue of what I started talking about. I don't even remember, right? Blasted through the presentation, and then it came to an end. I came to, did a Q&A section. It was the most amazing thing in my entire life. Most amazing experience, right? Never done anything like that before, and it gave me that confidence that now I can go up on stage. I'm still nervous, but I don't care. Like, I get up on stage and it's no big deal. I know I'm going to be nervous. I'm okay being nervous. I own it. I just, like, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with being nervous up there on stage. Just go up there and get it done. And in fact, I even went up on stage at this last one. I wasn't even really that prepared. Those of you who saw me at the Rebel Capitalist there, like, I literally had 2 weeks to come up with this 45-minute discussion that I was going to do. Right? I had no presentation to put up there on the big screens or anything. It's literally just my words that are coming out of my mouth. I do my introduction, kind of my beginning story of how I got started, which is just, me just talking. And then I go to read from my computer and I can't see it. I can't see my computer, like my blood pressure went up, my eyes went blurry, and I cannot make out the words on my computer screen that has all these, speeches and quotes that I wanted to read from in order to continue on with my presentation. Like, I am stuck. And then this really cool dude out there in the audience says, "Hey man, you want to borrow my glasses?" And I'm thinking, "Yes, I do. Thank you, sir." And he's like, "Yep, us old guys got to stick together." And I'm like, "Man, ain't that the truth, right?" He hands me those glasses. They weren't the right ones, but I could get in close enough that I could actually see the words, and boom, I'm off and running on my presentation again. So even that, like, which would totally like screw somebody up on the inside if they were up there on that stage really nervous trying to get that thing done, to not be able to see their screen and then have to borrow glasses from somebody in the audience. And it's this huge, big economics convention that you're at doing this. No problem. Hey, no big deal, right? I couldn't see it. What am I going to do? Like, now I'm screwed, right? Guy gives me the glasses. Hey, we're back and running again. Okay, let's do it. Right? No worries. Right? I was nervous. I was scared. Like at that point, I'm like, oh God, now what? Like, I really did. I was like, my heart was sinking. I'm like, shit, what am I going to do? And that guy gave me his glasses. I'm like, perfect, man, right on. Man, look at this, 764 likes. My gosh, you guys are you're killing it, man. Thank you so much for hitting that like button. We are just going for it. 1,000 likes and you just mount a GoPro on your head for the week. Yeah, I know. That's what. That's so true, Sally. That's what I'm gonna. This is like, okay, guys, you get to 1,000. I'm just gonna have to leave it on live stream, and I'm gonna go to bed and just like you guys, just leave the live stream going. All right. Education can be powerful when it's cultivated in the right way. I'm planning on learning more to get less licensure. Thank you for keeping it real, Simon. Yeah, absolutely, Harrison. You bet. And thank you for joining the channel and everything that you guys are doing to support the channel. This is how we do it. Simon is so humble. Yeah. Well, thanks, guys. But I mean, I got to be real with you, right? Like, I can't fake this. I couldn't have faked it. Like, no matter what. Like, even if I was like, hey, man, I got this idea. I'm going to start up a YouTube channel that's going to be based on economics, coming from a working class point of view, and I'm going to call it the Uneducated Economist. It's going to do really well, right? Like, you can't make that stuff up, right? I had to come out here and I had to be real from the very beginning. Like, I don't drive fancy cars. I am in debt. I am broke. I am like all this other stuff that's going on. I'm going to change my life. I have just recently quit drinking. I am, moving on a path that is going to do better for me and my family and all this other stuff. And I'm committed to this outcome. And you guys witnessed it from the very beginning. Like, I never tried to fake it. I never tried to say, hey man, I got money. Like I never tried to say, hey, I can do investments. I never tried to do any of that stuff because that's not me. That's not real. Right? When I talked about lumber, I was talking about lumber from the view that I had, which is a really good view, right? Pacific Northwest, lumber country, know all the people who operate throughout the system, and I gave you that information, right? I wasn't looking for anything from it. I was like, man, this is what I'm seeing. It's way different. It's way different from what anybody else is telling you. And I was able to spit that stuff out and be helpful and useful to the people out there, and I was rewarded from that. Man, what an experience. I just like, it's amazing. It changed my life. Like it made everything different. Guys, it made everything so different. You can ask Mac. Mac isn't much. My oldest son, he doesn't really like. He saw him in the early live stream earlier. Like he was like, "Hey guys," and he bailed out. Like he didn't even want to show his face. He's not one to be out there, right? But Mac remembers, right? Mac remembers how hard it was. The life that we were living was not one of plenty and traveling and and experiences and stuff like that. It was very difficult, and I was drinking a lot. So who knows what my attitude and energy was feeling like and stuff. It wasn't good. But Freddie doesn't have to experience that, right? Freddie gets to experience what it was after we started working hard and getting our shit together and moving into a better direction. Freddie gets to experience that kind of life. And I'm not saying that Mac is hurt by it. He actually has probably benefited from having that other experience. but it's a much different experience that Freddie's getting from it, and I am so glad that I am able to offer him that, right? Because I can't imagine him offering him anything else, you know? Such a good kid. All right. Congrats, Larry Bird. One day at a time. Yeah, absolutely. That's for everything. One day at a time. I love the fact that Simon talks fondly about his doping and coking days. It may have been tough, but very valuable and made you who you were today. Yeah, and I never really got into incredibly hard drugs. Like, I just did a lot of drinking, and I did some psychedelics like mushrooms and shit like that. But mainly it was drinking and weed, a little bit pills. Yeah. All right. Stock market, housing crash, Amazon, Google, car loan, fishing, gold, silver, YouTube, algo, 1,000 likes. Alrighty. Very touching, Simon. Great to hear that you look back fondly on your days of doping and coking. Hey, I look back on some of the days of partying and stuff like that, and I'm glad I don't do it now, but I wouldn't give up those experiences. Like, I had good times, I had good times hanging out with friends and had great experiences and stuff like that. So I wouldn't give any of them up, but it was pretty damaging, in the long run. All right. Such a beautiful family, Simon. Yeah, thank you, Pedro. That's right, Harrison. What does Harrison say? The experience makes lifetime memories. Yeah, that's it, man. Fun is fun. I did a bunch of Coca-Cola. Even better times are made speeding. Jesus, Benny. It was funny. I wasn't quite sure how to take Benny when he first came onto the channel. Like, he would be kind of like a trolling kind of aspect, but I've really gotten to like Benny. I think Benny's really cool. So thank you for being here, brother. I really appreciate you and your comments. Happy Father's Day. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you, Hen Dog. Is that what it is? Hen Dog? That's a pretty cool name. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here. You should find a follower near you that has a Tesla with the latest full self-driving update. I think you would appreciate it. You mentioned you're looking forward to these conveniences. Yeah, I love that idea. Like, I can get into a car and say, hey man, take me wherever it is I want to go, and then I can do whatever the hell I want. Hell yeah. That's awesome. I like driving a car. Like, don't get me wrong, there's times in which that I like to operate the vehicle and drive it around. I like the experience of having the machinery that I can be behind the wheel of. But what a waste of time traveling, right? There is so much time wasted in just literally communicating or commuting to work and back. Like, I could do so much with that time that I would find more useful than actual driving. So yeah, having a self-driving car, I'm totally looking forward to that. I'm totally looking forward to it. But then I also want my cars that don't self-drive, right? I want to keep those, because I want those too. All right. The live stream is effing wild. Congrats, dude. Yeah, thank you so much. This has been a great live stream. We're about 2.5 hours into it, 2 hours and 27 minutes. We're at 783 likes. Wow. All right, 17 likes away from that 800 mark. If we want to continue on streaming, let's go and hit that like button. We'll get it up to 800 and we'll continue it on. I'll give you 5 minutes, all right? 5 minutes to go hit that like button. Otherwise, 2.5 hours. I think we got to call it a night. But if you keep hitting that like button, we get it up to 800, we'll continue on. All right. Personally, we got 5 minutes. We'll take it to 2 hours and 35 minutes. If you get it at 800, we'll continue on. All right. I used a self-driving car once and ended up in someone's living room. Oh man, Pedro, that sucks. I saw somebody who was in a self-driving car. They were videoing, and the cops were trying to direct them. They're like, "You can't go this way. Go over there." And the guy was like, "Dude, we're not driving the car. We can't." You know, it was like we're not driving. You know. Yeah. So let's see. Nothing like driving a Ford Mustang, right? I'm about to hit it. We're at 799. You're only one like away. One person out there. There it is, 800. We'll stick it out for another 15 minutes. We'll take it to 2 hours and 45 minutes on the live stream. You guys just keep me out here, man. You keep hitting me with those likes. You keep hitting me with those super chats, and you keep commenting. We're just going to keep going. All right. UE dies in self-driving Cybertruck. Ooh, I don't know. I'm not fond of the Cybertruck. I mean, I wouldn't mind riding around in it, but yeah. All right. Elon blames it on being overloaded with lumber. Yeah, that, that would make the headlines, right? All right. You're in a Johnny Cab? Huh. Anybody seen the guy wearing a stop sign on his shirt and the Tesla stopped for him? That's because they read because it reads the image, right? Okay. Stock market, housing crash, Amazon. Oh, did we do this one? YouTube algo 1,000 likes. Thank you so much, Mr. Horology. We're getting there. 801. Laugh out loud. Yeah, see, right. Okay, yeah, you're keeping me out here. You're making me stiff, guys. Oh, sitting in the seat. All right. And 6 hours later, right? The Cybertruck is ugly as AF. Yeah, I totally agree. There was one that passed by the store the other day in Astoria, like, out of the blue, man. Here comes this, Tesla cruising past, and I'm like, oh, hey, check it out. There's one. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Like I thought they were ugly in the pictures, and they're ugly in person, right? They are not. I am not a fan. Not in the look, not in the reviews, not in anything about it. Like I don't like the Cybertruck at all. Simon, when do you plan to break out of the Balenciagas? Again, I don't know. They're Fila's, right? They're just a regular old pair of sneakers. They look nice though, don't they? They look really good. They look sharp, right? I keep them clean. All right. What are your thoughts on high-speed rail like Brightline in Florida and now Brightline West, which is from LA to Vegas? I like the idea of rail. I like the high-speed rail. I think it's, I mean, you think about it, rail is what connected the entire country together. It made transportation and distribution the way it is today. And I could see where like high-speed rail could be really useful in just transportation from one location to the other, like going from LA to Vegas. I mean, that's awesome. Like I even would love to use like the train for more traveling myself as opposed to flying. Like I don't necessarily scared of flying or anything like that, but like flying is not necessarily like very comfortable, like you're in the air, you're flying, you're stuck in your seat, and it's just like the whole thing just seems very like, I don't know, sardined and unable. Like you have no, like, not that you're able on a train or anything, but still being on the ground is a little different from being in the air. Like you don't have any other choice, now you're in the air. I don't know, it's just the feeling, I guess, that comes from it. But I like the idea of a rail system or a high-speed rail system. I'm surprised that we don't have more of that actually happening here, but we'll see. Time goes on. I think the reason is that more people enjoy driving themselves around as opposed to doing any kind of like mass transit kind of thing. I wonder if we can get to 1,000 likes. Looks around with a smile, What would help save the overall Oregon economy? I eventually want to move back, but the jobs market is all over the place. I don't think there is anything that's going to like make it any better. We have, there's obvious like, it's the condition in which that Oregon has now moved into, like a lot of the western states have done, right? You have two different, like, ultimately there's always going to be a working class, But really now we have this affluent class and this really like struggling class, right? The gentrification that is happening is extreme. And a lot of it you can see through the Cantillon effect, you know? Like even my local area, like I just have to think about Astoria because that's what I can experience, right? So this is where I'm at. Astoria was a very, very much a working class town, right? Fishermen, loggers, that was the bulk, right? That's what brought the money in. And that's the way it was for a very long time. But now Astoria is starting to transition quite a bit into a more retirement type of area, right? People are leaving Portland. They don't like the ugliness of Portland. They're moving into nicer areas, and they're finding that out here on the coast. Astoria is very clean. It's friendly. It's nice. It's beautiful. Everything about it is a wonderful place to be, especially if you want to retire. And because of that growing community of retired folks, we have a hospital district that is absolutely exploding in Astoria. I mean, it is all over. Astoria is going to be a very much a hospital district hub for this particular area, and retirees are coming to this area in droves. They're driving up the prices, making the things, their conveniences that they want, their preferences. They are much more geared towards their liking and pleasures than they are towards that of the working class. The working class doesn't want to be here anymore. It's not affordable. It's not a pleasant place to be. It's hard to make it. There's no jobs, right? So they find other places to go to. Unless you're a nurse or a doctor, the chances of you having a decent paying job to live here is probably not going to happen because the jobs that are available that pay that don't look, they're not here, right? There's very few of them. So yeah, if you want to be a nurse or a doctor, yeah, you can come to Astoria. There's probably going to be plenty of jobs. There are not going to be a whole lot of places to live, but it's a nice place to be. So if you can afford it, hey, that's cool. And I think that a lot of Oregon is facing that. Like Eastern Oregon, you probably would do much better over there, but then it's a completely different, like, they're very conservative. They're like rancher style type people. Out here on the coast, it's surfer, artists, stuff like that. It's a much community. I will trade my 2001 F-250 7.3 liter for your Explorer. Really? Interesting. I don't know. I kind of like the Explorers. It was given to me. It was the family vehicle, but man, I would like to have a big old truck. I just had the little S10. Balenciaga. Thanks, Benny. Hey, there's Orange Boy. Come here, Orange Boy. Come here. Yeah, he's like, screw you, dude. I don't want to be on camera. Hey, B Dan82, thank you very much for the 99-cent super sticker. Very cool of you. Super 8 movie watch. What's that? You ever think about going to school for economics? Nah. Booker, I didn't. Like, I can take all the economic courses I want for free online. Like, I don't need to go and get a degree. Because even if I did get a degree, what would I do with it? I'd have to go work for some banker or some corporation or something like that doing economic analysis. And that sounds terrible. Like, I don't want to do that. Even I might be able to make a bunch of money at it or do something of that nature, but it doesn't sound like the existence that I want. I like doing this. Like, I want to be able to have an existence in which I can do this. Do YouTube videos, do speaking engagements, sell courses or a book, be out there doing, like, even my day job in this is like, I like this. Like, it's an easy life for the most part. I don't have to stress about much. I make okay kind of money. It's good. Like, I don't know what I would do if I went and studied and got a degree or something. Like, I wouldn't want that kind of position in life. Like, I say that because it doesn't feel like it would be very appealing. I might actually really enjoy that. I don't know. There it is. All right, $5 from Blue the Black, Columbus, Georgia. Thank you so much for the $5. Have some fries and a drink on me. Well, I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. And I will. I'll take the family out someday for Chinese. They like the Chinese food. They like going out for Chinese. UE should make a documentary about the everyday man. Yeah, I think I should. Like, I think I really could do documentaries. I think there's a lot that I could do that I'm not doing. Like, I mean, I think I could provide more information. I think I could provide helpful information, courses, lectures, even like, even the idea of consultations. Like, I know a lot of times people have a really good grasp of a lot of the economy, but there's just little parts that they need filled in, and that's where I think like a consultation would actually be really helpful for a lot of people. I've offered it out there. I've told people, hey man, just email me, put consultation into the subject line. I've had a few people call me, and we've talked and stuff like that. But it's not like anything that I can say, hey man, this is driving a bunch of money to my channel or something. It's like, it's nice, and I'm totally like willing to help, somebody out and talk with them for an hour or whatever. And then, if they want to tip me some PayPal money or something like that, hey, that's great. Um, but I don't see how, unless that happens like on a continuous where I can do 8 calls a day or something like that, I don't know where I can actually make any kind of real money at it, other than just kind of making some side money or side hustles, or making it convenient for, some of the viewers out there to, help them out. I really think it's going to be in the form of a course or a book. I think that's going to be like the ultimate. I've been working on my book regularly. I don't know. I mean, when I say regularly, it's not like what you might think. It's ideas that I put out there. I have maybe 3,000 words written of the book, right? And it's really just kind of short chunks of it that I keep adding into. So I'll go back in and I'll kind of reiterate my thoughts or change my thoughts around and keep expanding on this thing. But I'm putting it together, right? I'm trying. I'm not somebody who's written a lot of stuff, so I don't know what I'm doing. I'm like, okay, let's go for it. And nor have I taken any courses. So it's just like, even that, like, I don't even know how to develop a course. I guess I should probably take a course if I'm going to do a course. And so I'm working on it, right? All excuses. Simon, let's get you on the road and do a mini tour. I would love to hit the road with you and be your road dog. Yeah, I know, Benny, you've brought that up, and I have another guy who's actually offered up some other similar services to, his talents and stuff like that to do it. And so one day I will call on you guys. Like, I want to, when I call on people for help, like, because I rarely do it because, again, it's a mental block that I have. When I call on people for help, I'm going to make sure that it's real. Like, I'm not just going to just like half-ass something. When I ask for somebody for help, then I'm going to be serious about it at that point. And so I'm not going to ask for help until I'm very serious and motivated to actually get the thing done. I don't want to just like kind of give somebody a half-ass effort, and while they're trying to offer up to me all their effort. And so it's just like I got to make sure that I'm in it too, like completely. And I want to be there, like I got the feeling, like I understand, like I love being on stage. I love that presentation. Like I did the Rebel Capitalist, I did the Silver Symposium, I did Mike Zuber's, I did those 3, knocked them out. They felt great. They were awesome, and I'm like, yeah, I can do this stuff, man. I can do speaking engagements. I can be a public speaker. And again, with no lessons, no idea on how to do it, I'm just up there just going for it. All right, we are coming up on that 45-minute mark, 2 hours and 42 minutes into this live stream. We got 379 people watching with 825 likes. Incredible. I cannot believe we have that many likes hitting the channel right now. $61.95 in super chats, because you guys are always so generous with those super chats. I tell you what, it's getting late, guys. We're going to have to call it an end at some point. But if you really want to continue this thing on, I'll give you another 5 minutes to get it up to 850 likes. We'll know that we have a bunch of people in here who are still wanting this stream to go on. I know that's 379 people is a lot of people to continue. But we got to call it quits at some point. But I'll keep going if you keep going. So take that like button up to 850 in the next 5 minutes, and we'll continue on until we get to the 3-hour mark. All right. Larry, Jeff Teeney, another book he mentions is The Creature from Jekyll Island. Yeah, absolutely. If there is any book out there that you should read, Cantillon's Essay on Economic Theory, awesome book. Definitely a must read for anybody who's wanting to learn the economy. There's a link for this book down in the description, Amazon link. You don't have to buy it from Amazon. You can go to the Mises Institute and get the PDF for free, so you don't have to purchase the book. But if you do go and follow that Amazon affiliate link, I will get a little commission if you do purchase the book from Amazon. But even if you don't purchase the book, just clicking on that affiliate link and then going and putting whatever you want from Amazon in that basket for the next 24 hours, I will also get a commission on those items. So even if you don't want the book and you want to make a purchase off of Amazon, just go and follow the link and then put whatever you want in the cart after that. I'll get commission on those items as well. But definitely a must read. Creature from Jekyll Island. Wonderful, wonderful book. I've met G. Edward Griffin. I sat next to him at the Silver Symposium, went and had lunch with him. We had great communications, talked for quite a bit, joked around with his wife. I mean, Patricia's a beautiful lady. She's awesome. The only thing that I would say about the book that may not be in the greatest light is that it is a bit of a conspiracy theorist minded book. All right. And I'm not saying that the things are inaccurate. They're very accurate. Like there's nothing that he's saying I would call out a lie. Right. But again, like the way that we receive the information and the meaning that we give behind it is most important. Right. So this book is very eye-opening to the Federal Reserve. Like once you read this book, you will never look at the Federal Reserve the same again. In fact, I don't believe that I would be here doing this channel if I hadn't read that book. Like that's how influential that book is, right? So it's very, very, very powerful read that will open your mind up to the Federal Reserve. And that's what I have to say about that. Now, you know, being the only two real books that I've ever read on economics, after you read those two, it's really breaking down all the information piece by piece. Like literally going to the computer and typing in, what is fractional reserve banking? What is a credit default swap? What is collateralized loan obligation? What is, all this stuff. You start Googling what is, and you keep asking the questions, eventually you will start piecing it together. Because what you're going to end up doing, like when I would read like a Fed speech, I would read it and I wouldn't understand anything. Like I would read the entire speech and not understand or be able to comprehend anything that was being said. I would go back through the speech, and I would start reading lines, and the first one I didn't understand, I would read it over and over again and research and look through the footnotes and try to figure out what it was that they were trying to communicate within that particular sentence within the speech. Sometimes it would literally take me 2 weeks to get through an entire speech. Now I can read a speech and just grasp it. Like I just know it. Like I read the stuff, I know what they're talking about. I don't have to research anything. I just get it, right? I just know it. There was a time in my life I didn't. Like I would read a Fed speech and have no clue of anything that they were saying. First time I read this speech, in fact, if you want to see me, witness me doing that, there's a playlist on the channel for the Federal Reserve speech. This one, Monetary Policy Strategies for a Low Neutral Interest Rate World. I go back and I watch those videos of me breaking down that speech, and I'm like, oh my God, man, this is embarrassing. Like, some of the stuff that I was saying, the ideas that I had at the time about what was happening or what I was believing taking place within that speech, I look back and I'm like, man, that's so different from what you think now, right? It is a completely different way I've seen it, but that's the way I was doing it, was just like that, right? So if you go and you watch that playlist and you see me breaking down that speech, that's how I did it. Like literally just like that, one line at a time, and it would take a while. All right, we are 2 likes away from the 850 likes. All right, 2 of them, just 2 likes. 2 people of the 374 people who are out there. Go hit that like button. We do that in the next 2 minutes. We will continue on live streaming for 3 hours until we get to the 3-hour mark. All right, we're at 849. You're 1 away. 1 person. Go hit that like button. All right, conspiracy theories. Something that actually happens later or has happened. Yeah. That's why I really recommend the book, right? The Creature from Jekyll Island. Is because even though it may seem very conspiratorial minded inside of it, right? I don't think it's really far off from the truth. Again, like things may not be exactly like, I mean, I can't say they're inaccurate, right? Like they're not inaccurate. There's nothing inaccurate about it. What it is it's the misguided truth, right? The truth of it is now misguiding you into this belief when it really could be over this way, right? And I think a lot of times, like all the information that we read does that. It doesn't matter where it comes from. So it's important to understand that's the that's the thing about doing research, right? You have to take everything with that grain of salt. That, especially when it comes, like most of the research that I'm doing about monetary policy comes directly from the Federal Reserve itself. If I was doing research about monetary policy and I was going to some other YouTuber out there to get the information, it's an interpretation of monetary policy through that person, very much like what you are receiving through me. That's why I put the links down in the description, and I encourage everybody to go read it for themselves, because once you have read it for yourself and you have gotten my opinion about it, you can form your own opinion about it, right? But if you don't read it for yourself, the only opinion you're going to get is the one that I have, right? And you might be able to form your opinion off of my opinion, and you agree or disagree with me, but if you can form your own opinion off the speech itself and then use my opinion to either, confirm or, disprove your, the ideas or whatever, that's the way it really should go down. Like, you shouldn't be listening to me to get the information. You should get listening to me to find out where the information is coming from. I give my opinion about it so that you can also look at that information and form your opinion on it. Like, that's how it's done. Like, there's no other way, All right, we got 867 likes. We're going to continue it on till 3. For 3 hours. I mean, if you guys keep me out here, what am I going to do, right? You keep hitting the like button, I'm going to stick around. All right. UE definitely isn't doing a video tomorrow now. Yeah, probably not, man. I think you're right about that one, bro. All right. The Creature from Jekyll Island is such an iconic book. I was talking about it to a family at dinner, and someone came up to me and told me they love to hear someone talk about the book in public. Yeah, it's a wonderful read, and it's like, for me, like I don't read, like I don't read books, like I read these speeches, I'll read news articles. I have a reading comprehension issue that I'm really starting to overcome now. Like, I mean, it took me a long time. Like, I just figured it was going to be something that was going to be stuck with me forever. But the more I force myself into reading and reading continuously, I found that I can actually start to retain a lot more information coming from the stuff that I'm reading for longer periods of time. It used to be only 10 minutes. Like, you had 10 minutes. I had 10 minutes to read, and then I was lost. After that, my mind was gone. I was not going to be paying attention to any other words that were being read. And what sucked about that is that I can continue reading, but I won't be comprehending anything. And that's what sucks about it, is that I'll go back and reread and see. I was like, dude, you read this, right? But I can't remember it because somehow, like, even just seeing the words isn't going into my head, right? That was a huge problem for me for the longest time. Like, I've overcome that quite a bit. And so anyway, yeah, so anyway, when somebody handed me that book, it was like, they handed me this big giant book. I'm like, dude, I ain't gonna get it. I ain't gonna read it. Like that, like, even if I want to, it's not gonna happen. But I did read it. It took me about 6 months, but I read every page of that book, and yeah, it changed my life. It changed the course of everything that I viewed and everything, and eventually got to meet the guy. That was what's cool about it, is that after I read that book, I'm like, man, that would be so cool to meet that dude someday. And then I happened, right, in Vegas, having lunch, get on stage with them. I'm going to tell you a great story someday, but I'm going to wait till G.A. Griffin, moves on. Not that I'm looking forward to that day. I don't look forward to it at all. But the moment that it happens, I have a great story that I want to tell. So, it's not a great story. It's a story that happened between him and I that I don't like. I really want to share later. Later on in life. I've told some people. Welcome to Costco. I love you. Pooping while standing. Great to see you, man. I love that name. Like so many in this world have done the same as you for their whole lives. How is it bright outside? Yeah, that's what you get for living in Oregon, North Oregon. I miss the Corolla. Yeah, I kind of do too, man. I do miss the Corolla too. That vehicle carried me along for so long. $500 car, drove it for years, man. Made so many videos in that channel, had so many people giving me a hard time about that damn headliner. It had the saggy headliner in it. God, every video there had to be somebody like, what's up with the headliner, bro? Mail call. Yeah, I should do mail calls. I haven't checked my mail in a little bit. I probably have a ton of it there at the post office. Bill Cooper predicted a lot that actually happened. Norman Dodd interview by Geo Griffin is an eye-opener. Very cool. Respect to Simon. Keep evolving. Thank you, man. I really appreciate Harrison. Missed the mail calls in the Corolla. Yeah, those were good. I had more, like, I got to go check the mail, but, like, there was a time there that I was getting, like, a piece of mail just about every single day. And I mean, it's just like it kind of turned off. Like I got less fan mail. Like I was amazed. Like I have so much stuff, all these letters and all these things that people had sent me. I have them all. I have all of them. Right? Every letter, everything that anybody had ever sent me. Some of the stuff, like people sent me things like like flashlights and toys and stuff. Like some of that stuff, I mean, I went out and gave it to the boys and let them play with, and they eventually found its way out there into the world or whatever. But most of the stuff that people had sent me, like all the silver, all the other thing, I moved a lot of the silver into the rest of my holdings, so I don't know exactly which piece came from who. But I saved all the letters. Like I have every piece of mail that anybody had ever sent me. I still have it all. Yeah. All right, got Cantillon essay on deck. Thanks, UE. I've been listening to the Economist for many years. You're the first one that makes me feel like I'm actually learning and able to learn on my own. Thank you, Eric. Yes, you can. That's the funny thing about, like, a lot of times when I'm listening to economists out there, the way that they speak, and I found myself doing this too. Like as like my knowledge increases and, like, my awareness and ideas and stuff like that, I found that even the like the words that I use, like the nomenclature. How do you say that word? Was that nomenclature? Like the words, the styles of words and the way that you use them, right? The jargon, like all this stuff is very, like, almost spoken in a way that is like code, right? Like, like you hear it and it's just like, man, that's confusing. Why you say it like that? And the more that I learned about economics, the more I realized, man, these guys are saying this to make themselves sound smart, right? They're not saying anything. They're not saying anything that is profound or extremely intelligent. But the way that it comes off and the words that they use is very confusing. And then it makes it seem like oh God, these guys are so intelligent. Like they have really good inside knowledge on how the economy works, far beyond what anybody else knows. But they're not saying anything that's really that smart, right? They're just using fancy words, and the way that they're communicating it out there makes it seem confusing. And so therefore, it has the appearance of being intelligent. It's not. It's not. They're not. They're not. They're not at all. Some people are, and some people are, even when they communicate that way. But most of the time that I'm listening on CNBC and all this other stuff, after I understood how how those words, or once I could speak their language, I guess that's what it is. Once I could speak their language and I could hear them, I realized, man, you guys don't know anything. You're just about as dumb as everybody else is out there. But because you can communicate it in such a way that seems fancy and intelligent, people actually listen to you on a way that seems like you have this higher level of understanding. They don't. Like most of the people on CNBC that I find do not understand the economy, not in a fashion that is most appropriate for you as a working class individual. A lot of those people might understand it in a fashion of investment kind of things like that. They might actually have, like, a little bit of better understanding and communication for. But when it comes to understanding how the economy is functioning for a working class individual, and you have to make decisions for your life, those people do not offer you anything of value. Nothing. None. In fact, it's more damaging to listen to them than it is to listen to them, right? You're better off to have your own assumptions about the economy than to listen to these guys, because they will misguide you right into yeah, whatever. I mean, I don't even know what to describe what they would misguide you into, but into the wrong understandings of what it is that's truly happening out there. The only way to really understand it is to get the information for yourself. That's why, again, it's so important to read these speeches for yourself. The only way you're ever going to really understand monetary policy is by listening to the communications coming from the Fed itself through those speeches, because they don't talk about it in the mainstream media. There's nobody out there that I could find that's talking neutral interest rates in the lower bound of zero. That was the problem for the Federal Reserve. There's people who were talking about it at the time, but very rarely do you find anybody who is communicating that being the problem and why the Federal Reserve is positioned in the way they are today, right? You have to understand this from so long ago. You have to understand it from 20 years ago, and how it is that the monetary policy has evolved to this, because most people think that this is a new thing since COVID. It's not, right? It's not. And most of the people that I'm listening to communicating out there on the mainstream media talks as if this is a new way since COVID. They're wrong. It's not, right? And I mean, I don't know how else to prove it other than the way that I've done it, by their own communications, putting the links down in the descriptions and breaking down their speeches. This is their words, not somebody else's, not some other economist, not some politician, not anybody else. This is the bankers who set the monetary policy. It's their own words, right? And so it's not easy to understand that stuff, but if you follow it for years and you really try to absorb this stuff, once you go to read a speech now, it'll become very easy. It's just it's almost like it's like nothing to it. Alrighty, guys, we got it up to 3 hours now and 891 likes. All right, okay. We're doing it, guys. We're almost there to 900. My voice is going, but I'm still going to stick it out with you, right? I will stick it out here with you, even though I'm losing my voice, even though I'm still going. If you can get it up to 900 in the next 5 minutes, we will continue on for another 15, all right? That's eight likes. Out of 367 people watching, we need 5 more likes, and we'll continue on for another 15, carry it for 3 hours and 15 minutes. You guys are killing it. All right, got some water? Yeah, I've already drank through an entire liter of water now. All right. Perseverance, 900. There it is, 900. You guys did it. We're gonna continue. We're gonna go for another 15 minutes. All right, take it to 3 hours and 15. Keep hitting that like button. We'll see if we can get it up to 950 likes. You get it to 950 likes, we'll just stay out here until 4 in the morning. Who knows what happens? Let's see if we can get to 1,000 tonight, guys. Pooping. See, I can't even read now. Pooping while standing, $2. Thank you so much. How are you so based but live in Oregon? Oh, well, see, this is what's funny about Oregon, is that we have a really unique attitude up here. See, most people end up being in a conservative mindset or a liberal mindset. And here in Oregon, we actually have this weird combination of the two. See, we have this theory, we just want gay married couples to be able to protect their marijuana plants with guns, right? Pretty simple. It's not hard to understand, right? Have gay married couples protecting their marijuana plants with guns. That's the heart of an Oregonian right there. But it's just, it's just the way it is, man. I mean, we're hardworking people up here. Fishing, logging. I mean, that's hardcore conservative mindseted people, but we live out here in liberal nation, right? So we have this combination of the two. I mean, it's a very weird environment. Don't get me wrong. I look out there at stuff and I'm like, okay, whatever, I mean, it's not me, right? It don't have anything to do with me, whatever, but I also see the beautifulness of the area and the people and the experiences and stuff like that. It's a neat area. It's wonderful. I love it here, Mr. Beast Fortnite. I love that fusion, baby. All right. The Oregon weather forgets forges, there we go, a different type of toughness and mindset. Yeah, it really does. Like you really have to be prepared to deal with the weather here, like, because it rains 9 months out of the year. And if somebody is like doesn't is feels down because of the rainy weather, like if they feel depressed by it, this is not the place you want to be. Like when it's beautiful, it is beautiful. Holy crap, this is the nicest area that you could ever possibly be in, but you're only going to get about 3 months of it, and those 3 months will not run consistently. Right? You will get a nice day here, nice day there, a week or two that is okay. But for the most part, it's going to be crap weather consistently all the time, which is a short break in the summertime where you actually have some decent weather. Like even now, it's June, and I'm selling wood pellets, wood fuel pellets for heating homes. They were flying out the door the other day because it's still so cold, here in the mornings. It's just like it's June, it should be warm. It's not, right? The weather here is cool climate, rainy all the time. And the only complaint that I really have about the rain is that we don't have more of it driving ever increasing amounts of people away from here. Like, that's my only complaint about the rain. It could rain all the time. I'm cool with it. I don't care, right? Like, I am used to it. I grew up here. Like, I don't even notice if it's raining. Like, it's a rainy day. Oh, yeah, it is. Huh. Like, don't care. Like, literally don't even think about it. When it's a nice day, then I think about it. It's like, wow, it's a nice day. But if it's not a nice day, then it's not a bad day. I don't even think about it. It's just a day. It's just a normal day. It's raining like every other day. All right, 923 likes. Man, we are so close. Get it to 950 and we'll stick it out, man. Get it to 950. We got 923 likes. We get it to 950 in the next 10 minutes, and we'll stick it out till 3.5 hours. Right. Or did I say that about that? No, I said till 15, right? Okay, I don't even know anymore. Keep hitting the like button, guys. All right, best place to live in America, Mr. Beast, 1,000 likes. Tell us about your YouTube further plans. And that's something that I have like truly, because I feel like the channel had gotten stagnant, right? Where I didn't know what it was that I was supposed to do with this channel. And ultimately now, and I think like we kind of discussed it a little bit earlier, Benny's totally on board with helping me out with this, but I think really it's developing that book or that course, pushing that through my YouTube channel, and then selling it and through like speaking engagements and stuff like that. So having a book or a course, pushing that book and course through the videos that I do, right? And then go and do speaking engagements to try and expand on that part of things, right? And that's kind of like the direction in which that I want to go with it. Trying to put out these videos every day, it's cool. I mean, I kind of committed myself to doing that. Say, hey, put a video out every single day if you can, forever, and that, it'll be like, your income, your job or something. But I don't really want it to be a job, right? Like, I don't want to have to make YouTube videos. I want to be able to get to make YouTube videos. And that's really where I think like the course or the book or having something else to sell to expand beyond just that of the YouTube channel, but to actually bring in some serious revenue that can now get me to leave my W-2, like, leave the job behind. Not that I really want to, but, that's kind of the direction I think that it would probably be most appropriate for expanding this channel or pushing the information out there or just growing as a person. I think that's probably be part of it. So anyway, that's kind of like my ideas and goals. All righty. Clear glass, he made his first million 2 years into being a YouTuber. All right. I'd carry your book at the shop. Hey, right on. It's Classic Coin. Right on, Scott. It's great to see you, man. Yeah, I know you would. You've always been very supportive of the channel, man. That's why I really appreciate you, man. If you ever make it into Astoria, anybody who's watching this stream right now or watching the video, take a moment to go over to Classic Coin. And go and visit Scott in his shop. Go buy a chunk of silver off of him. He's always been very supportive of the channel, and I really appreciate everything he's ever done. So thank you, Scott. All right, I am watching the rest of the fights and enjoying the chat. It is now Father's Day here on the East Coast. Well, happy Father's Day to you, brother. To your little month-old son. All right. Benny, these MFs on UFC swinging. It is getting dark out there. Yep, it's finally starting to get a little dark. Here it is, 9:30. Like, what did I say? It's going to be like about 9:30 before it starts getting dark, and 10 o'clock before before it's completely, before the sun is completely gone. Thank you, Simon. Yeah, you bet, Benny, man. A bear just went through my trash. So much for metal lock hands. Oh, so much for metal lock hands. I get it. Do you ever smoke weed, Simon? Yeah, I do, but I don't like to. Like smoking weed is not something that I really want in my life anymore. Like I got it. Like my relationship with weed is coming to an end. And the main reason is because I realize that I'm trying to raising your vibration up. Like when you live in depression, when you live in fear, when you live in anxiety and stuff like that, you carry a very low vibration to you, right? And so you have high vibration and low vibration. And if you carry like a low vibration, it makes it very difficult to then interact and have good communications with people and stuff. And so I noticed that my vibration, like the feelings, the energy that I was carrying, really started to increase when I gave up drinking, right? And now what I found happened is that when I would drink, I would actually lower my vibrations down, right? My energy, my feelings, that overall feeling good, like, or feeling bad. Like you feel good, you're a high vibration, feeling bad is a low vibration. Well, I would be bummed out, smoke weed, and it would increase my vibration. Right? And I'd be feeling good, I'd be happy, energetic, out there hanging out with people and, being creative or whatever, right? So I thought that weed was a really big benefit to my life, right? It made me feel good, it lowered my anxiety, like all the stuff. Like I appreciated it. But then I realized that I was doing pretty good for myself. Like I would go and do something that was really grand that didn't involve weed. Like I go to the Rebel Capitalist. I don't, I'm not like I don't have access to weed, right? And so I would go and do like something like that, and I would come back and I would just be so elevated. I'd be like, man, I feel on top of the world. I'm gonna be able to conquer anything. I'm gonna kill it. I'm gonna write books. I'm gonna do all this stuff. And I come back all energized, and I go and smoke up some weed, and right? Oh, that's good, right? So weed kind of locks you in at a halfway vibration. Like if you're down, it'll bring you up. But if you're up, it'll bring you down. Oh, I'm trying to be elevated. I'm trying to get up as high as I can, naturally, right? On that high natural energy high. Not one that's, from weed or drinking or something else of that nature. Well, every time you smoke, you're pulling yourself down, back down to that 5 level, that medium, right? Where it's okay. It's not bad, right? It's better than being down, right? But it's not benefiting, right? It's not advancing. It's actually limiting the amount of growth that you can take, that you can find out there, because without that, my battery died. Oh no, there we go. Because without that higher energy, you're going to find it very difficult to find the other things in the universe that carry that higher energy coming towards you. The more I give up on those kind of things from the past, the more I find that other wonderful things come into that replace it, right? So you have to kind of give up some of the things, even though you don't want to. You give up some of the things you know are not good. When you're chasing pleasure, and when you're chasing excellence, right? When you give up those pleasurable experiences and you fill them with excellence, pleasure just starts showing up, right? You don't even have to look for it. It just occurs to you. Okay. And so this is one of the problems that I was facing, and I'm still trying to come up with, still trying to, lock this into my mind that smoking weed is not benefiting. It doesn't make you feel good, right? There's nothing about it that is benefiting you. There's nothing that's making you feel good about it. In fact, it is lowering the vibration, and it's keeping you from becoming elevated, right? So this is one of the reasons. Like, yeah, I smoke weed, but I don't like it. And it's not something like, there was a time in my life I loved it. I loved doing it. I was do it all the time and whatever, and I was really into it and stuff. And now I look at it, and it's almost like, like hanging out with an old buddy or something like that. It's just like, man, dude, I really like you, but you're not doing anything. You're not doing anything. You're stagnant, right? You're not like, it's cool to hang out with you, but man, I got to find other things. I got to find other people to hang out with that's going to elevate me, right? Weed's one of those things. I have to sever my relationship with weed, and it's getting pretty close to that anyway, right? And so it's not like it's going to be this big traumatic experience or something. Pooping while standing, $2. Looking forward to you and Josh Gandon collaborating again. Oh, right on. Who is this? Josh Canadian? I'm trying to remember that one. God, I'm so bad. Right now, my mind, I'm surprised I'm even still going. Like, I'm having a hard time even, like, thinking right now. We've been going so long here. All right, 947 likes. We are literally 3 likes away from hitting that 950 mark. 2 likes away from hitting that 950 mark. All right. Byron? Thanks for the $5. Oops. When you started studying and fully understanding economics, did you feel kind of depressed about the state of the world? If so, how did you overcome it? Yes, absolutely. They do not call this the dismal science for nothing, right? When you start really breaking into the economy and you start studying it, there is a very depressive feeling and nature to it that starts to overwhelm you. You become very disheartened by a lot of what it is that's going on out there. A lot of times we put so much faith and belief in the government, and then we realized how damaged we are because of that belief, that we then like almost lose it for like even wanting to participate in the system altogether. A lot of times you will find people who are first getting into this information and becoming very aware of it, they get that depressed feeling of hopelessness that starts to overwhelm them. They move into gold and silver and try to exclude themselves away from that banker aspect of things, and they isolate away from the rest of the people out there, knowing that they have no idea about what is happening. And because they have elevated their understanding and trying to express that out to people, and they call them crazy, it makes you feel horrible, right? It makes you feel like nobody understands you. You don't have any friends. You're just like, you're lost on what it is that you're going to do to try and survive through the horribleness of what has taken place in the economy. All that stuff happens when you first start to get into this stuff. It is very, very dangerously depressive, right? Now, be aware of that, right? Be aware that this stuff is that way, right? And if you start feeling depressed because of it, you have to observe that for what it is, right? Grab it. Look at it. Look at the feeling that you're having from it. Man, this New World Order's coming to ruin my life, right? Observe that feeling and what it is that's happening there, and remember, they are not doing it to you. There is nobody here stopping me right now from making this video. There's nobody around me, all right? See, I don't have to worry about the New World Order coming in because the World Order isn't here right now screwing with me. I don't have to think about that, right? I can let that go. Now I can focus in on the things that I really do need to do with my life. Yes, that information is super heavy. It is very difficult to operate in. But now I need to take that information and understand what it is that I need to do with that so that I can benefit my life, so I can be in a better position for my family, right? To understand it for what it is, that yes, it's heavy, but it's not something that is going to kill me. It is something that I need to use in order to benefit my life from. And when you start looking at it in that fashion, pretty soon, these depressive things that are happening, you don't give it that meaning, right? Yeah, it is. It sucks. It's horrible. These people are suffering and dying because of it. Okay. Now let's set that aside for a second because there's nothing I can do about it. And now let's observe this information for what it is so that I can now position myself for it. And that's really what it comes down to, because yes, it is a very depressive topic. Right on. Thank you, Eric, for the $20, man. Very generous of you. Thanks for what you do, Yui. Don't stop. You're helping a lot of people. Been listening for years and finally hit a live stream and wanted to show my appreciation. Well, thank you so much, Eric, man. I really appreciate the 1999. It's very generous of you. We've gotten the super chats now up to $100. Oh my gosh, I can't believe we have $100 in super chats. You guys are just amazing. We have all these people who are joining the channel, becoming members of the channel, going to go back and look at those past membership-only videos that we have done. Going to catch up on a lot of the stuff that we talk about in here. Like a lot of that information that, people are like, man, where'd you gather this from? It's literally right there in those speeches within those membership-only videos. So thank you all for the support. Thank you very much, Eric. That was very generous of you. And thank you. Who is this? Dano454. Thank you so much for joining the channel or being a member for 5 months. That's very awesome of you. All right. Let me cruise down here a little ways. We got another one, $10 from Tom Annenbear. Thank you so much for the $10. Here's 10 for the push to 1,000 likes. Good rally, Simon. I had you on 2 speed when we were 45 minutes in and caught up. Great content, and your chat is where it's at. Yeah, thank you so much. I really do. And I know probably everybody would feel pretty biased about their own personal channel and how it is that the communication in the comment section is. I really, really feel that my channel has the best comment section. It is pure gold, right? And I know a lot of other people out there, a lot of other YouTubers have some really intelligent people who are in the communications, who are in the chat. I think our communication, I think the way that we conduct these live streams, the conversations that we have, and in fact, the conversations that you guys have, like I'm not even involved in it anymore. I'm like in the background. I'm like noise in the background, and you guys are having the communications on topics that doesn't have anything to do with what I'm talking about. How awesome is that? Like, this is a place that you can go to share ideas and come up with thoughts and ideas and and share them with other people and get an opinion from it. It's just like, it's incredible. Like I'm sure there's other channels out there like it, but I don't think it's like this. Like, I think this is the best one, And I didn't even mean for it to be like, I can't believe it actually happened, but I really do feel that way, All right. Let's cruise back here a little ways. I want to live in buried sea containers encased in concrete on a large property surrounded by a wall made out of old school buses and electrified concertina wire with guard bobcats. Wow, I think it would be cool to have a bobcat. I like the bobcat part. All right, UE chat is the bomb. Yeah, it really is. All right. Hey, guys, we're close. We are so close. Literally 17 likes away from hitting 1,000 likes on this live stream. 17. We are 3 hours and 20 minutes into it. I would be absolutely astonished if we can get those 16 likes. But we get 1,000 likes. We get it to 3 hours and 30 minutes into this with 1,000 likes. We're going to keep going. We might even carry this on to 4 hours. I don't know, right? We're at 988, 12 likes away. You got 8 minutes, right? 8 minutes to get 12 more likes on there, and we're going to keep going. All right. Done 1,000 likes. All right. We're 989, almost there. All right. 1,000 coming. The community is amazing. Yeah, it is. This community is amazing. You're absolutely right. I'm taking my like away so you stream longer. No, if you take the like away, I'm not going to. You got 6 likes away. We're 6 likes away from hitting that 1,000 mark. We're almost there, guys. All right, UE night stream. This is the stuff of legend. Hey, right on, man. Thank you so much. Woot woot. Yep, we're almost there. Likes, 1,000 likes, free t-shirts. Oh, hey, man, that's an idea. I should be giving stuff away. That's what I should do. I should order a bunch of t-shirts and I should start giving stuff away. Because I think that would be a lot of fun, for the viewers out there to receive something from the Uneducated Economist. Wow, we did it, guys. 1,002 likes. Holy moly. 367 people with 1,000 likes. This is incredible. Thank you so much for finding all those devices around your house and going and hitting the like button, man. Going firing it up. All right. All the different Gmail accounts that you have and all that. Thank you for logging in and hitting that like button. All right. Benny says, need to be stressed that more young people know the basics on the Fed. The people what cities are in, the history, etc. You should start a series on that, Simon. Would love to help you with that. Yeah, and I think that's probably like the biggest or the most impactful position in which that the information can really be spread to is to the young people. Like, if you can get the younger generation to understand what it is that is taking place, they will literally conduct themselves in a way that will fix the system. Right? But they have to do it when they're young. Like, once you're old, it's too late. It's like, there's nothing you can really do to change it except for the minds of other people. And by that time, it's too late. But if you can get the young people to then conduct themselves in a way that they experience the change just simply by the way that they have lived, that's really where a profound thing can actually happen. The profound change is within the kids themselves, the youth. All right, great stream. Even after learning about the Fed 30 years ago, it helped to hear from Simon about it. Thank you, Sally. I really appreciate it because the Fed is ever evolving and there's constant changes. Really, like the Fed of 30 years ago, really, and even, excuse me, even 20 years ago, isn't the Fed that we are experiencing today. Yes, they are in a plan that is far longer than decades old. I mean, even farther than that. But to like take a snapshot of the Federal Reserve 30 years ago and a current one, it would be a very confusing banking organization. They wouldn't even be the same thing anymore. I mean, there would be a lot of similarities, but it would be a very confusing thing for most people. All right. Even those who understood the Fed, like, understanding the Fed and the way that they have evolved to where they are is pretty easy, in that sense. But to, like, again, take a snapshot from then to a snapshot now, I think would be a very difficult thing. All right. Woohoo. Man, we are there. I can't believe it. 1,016 likes. You guys are amazing. Congratulations. Well, thank you. I mean, congratulations to all of you who stuck it out through this live stream, who went out there and hit that like button, who contributed through the comments, man. Thank you so much for everybody being here. Thank you for the super chats, for all the support that you guys do for the channel. It's just incredible. All the young people that know about the Fed just know about money printer go burr in my experience. Yeah, and I agree. And I agree with that. And, that's actually the same thing. That understanding of the Federal Reserve from that position actually benefits the Federal Reserve. It keeps the Federal Reserve in operation. All right. See, this is where we really have to fix this problem. Like, taking on the idea money printer go burr, prices go up, and you leave it at that with no other understanding of the Fed benefits them. That actually helps them conduct themselves in their monetary policy. All right, man, I'm having a hard time saying it. Is construction plywood and cabinet grade plywood made by the same companies, or is cabinet grade plywood made in specialized companies? Yeah, so the different sheet goods are made by different companies out there. Now, granted, there are some that might like kind of overlay each other, like they'll make this type and that type of plywood or something like that. But for the most part, what you're going to find is people who are producing OSB and CDX, these sheathing type of plywoods, those are so high demand. Like, I can't imagine these people making anything else. Those who make particle board, like shelving and melamine and stuff like that, they're not putting together CDX sheets and stuff, right? So these are two different companies that are making this stuff. I would imagine like cabinet grade oak plywood is probably also made in a special facility. It's a very, unique plywood. There's like there's a higher quality that's needing to be done for this particular for this particular thing to have, you know, other products made from it. So it's not like it's just being slammed out to produce as much as you can like a CDX is, where the quality can be, whatever, it doesn't really matter that much. You know, a little bit of delamination isn't going to end the project or anything like that, or even create any kind of damage to the project. It isn't great, but it's like, you know, it's neither here nor there really. But when it comes to cabinet grade stuff, you can't have like, you know, you got to have high quality stuff if you're going to produce high quality cabinets. So no, they're not necessarily made at the same place, depending on what it is you're looking at. Baltic birch, yeah. Baltic birch plywood, that stuff is amazing. God, it is beautiful. It almost has like a depth to the grain, like almost like an iridescence kind of quality to it. Is so cool. Like Baltic birch is just incredible. And that became very, very difficult to source out because a lot of it comes out of like, you know, that Russian Ukraine area. And so that came up in very short supply and has gotten stupid expensive. But God, what a nice product. You know, some of the best looking plywood that's out there, the grain on it. All right. Man, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to go out here, guys. I can hardly read the words now. Let me see. Do I have glasses on here? No, those glasses suck. They don't work. All right, Simon can talk about wood for hours. Yes, I can. Yeah, I could literally talk lumber probably from now on. You know, just not stop about it. Just go on. Like, you know, the shrimping business. Like, I know everything about the lumber business. If you attend the Fed meeting and had an opportunity to ask Jay Powell a hard-hitting question, what would it be? I want him to help me understand the definition of moderately above 2% and the definition of sometime. Like, I want help understanding what moderately above 2% really entails. Like, can I observe what moderately above is? Like, do I know what moderate, like, is there a limit to moderately above 2%? And then again, like, what does some time mean? Like, I mean, is like, I've experienced some time. I experienced some time right here doing this video. Like, do I have to experience some time like next year? Is that some time? Like, what is some time? I don't understand what some time means. Like, that doesn't mean like anything, you know? So I would like some definitions of what the Federal Reserve views monetary policy as appropriate, moderately above 2%, like what that means, because like I've tried to figure that out and they don't really give a definition for moderately above 2%. They just say that moderately above 2%. And then they don't give any definition for some time, which also makes it difficult to understand. So those would be two that I would love for Jerome Powell to explain to me. It would be like this. It'd be like, okay, so I understand everything about this monetary policy and the average inflation rate over time and blah, blah, blah. But now when you say moderately above 2% for some time, can you explain like what moderately would mean? Like, does that mean 2.8 or 3.8 or 7 or 2.2? Like, I don't understand what moderately means, you know? Like, I understand what moderately means, but I don't understand what moderately means in the Fed's monetary policy. Like, I don't get that part. And I don't understand sometimes. So those would be two questions that I would love to hear the Federal Reserve explain. Because as far as I can tell, it's now arbitrary to the Fed, right? Like, when they've achieved their goals, whatever the hell that means, you know? All right. It's all about increasing the uncertainty. Yeah, keeping the open-ended communications out there about what the monetary policy will be. Yeah, I think that's very much their policies. All right. How would ending the Fed make a difference? Well, ending the Fed would be a pretty bad deal for most people, as they would end up suffering in poverty and misery right away from it. However, if you did end the Fed and we went back to something like a commodity-based currency, like a gold standard or something, those who were holding on to gold and silver at that point would probably do very well while everybody else was suffering the consequences of it. The United States would lower their standard of living dramatically. We would not have even close to having the wonderful lives that most people are experiencing and not realizing how wonderful those lives are, considering that they look at the economy being a horrible position. They're really not. We are actually living quite well, considering what some people experience when it comes to living in poverty, right? So the United States gets to enjoy a higher standard of living from the Federal Reserve's debt issuance and the U.S. Treasury market, and those two work in that symbiotic relationship to each other. That would all come to an end and our standard of living would collapse. Since we don't really produce anything that we could sell to the rest of the world, we would then move into that poverty position for a very long time until we could figure out what it is that we did manufacture that the rest of the world would be willing to, buy from us. But most likely that's not going to be the case, and an ending of the Federal Reserve would just be resulting in a lot of pain and misery for people. But that's like, I think that's kind of a far off possibility anyway. Like, I don't think that's very realistic, not anytime soon. So, I mean, it'd be interesting times to see it, but as far as like any kind of realistic path to get there, I don't know how that would happen without a complete collapse. So, and it would be a horrible moment. Simon, can you talk about the importance about inflation expectation and why the Fed said they want people to anticipate higher inflation? Now, I don't remember them actually coming right out and saying that they want higher inflation. The monetary policy coming from John Williams, what did they say here? These glasses suck. Today, we face an altogether different set of problems stemming from a very low neutral interest rate. That is, the short-term real interest rate that is consistent with an economy operating alongside low and stable inflation. Ironically, the problem we need to solve these days is the risk of inflation that is persistently too low rather than too high. So the problem they needed to solve was an inflation that is persistently higher, right? Now, I don't remember them actually saying that they want a higher inflation expectation or that the people should believe that. I just feel that the Federal Reserve was looking for that to take place, right? That the problem that they needed to solve was an inflation expectation or an inflation scenario that was persistently too low rather than too high. So now, when they have an inflation expectation that is elevated, that starts creating the inflationary scenario that they are looking for. I don't remember them saying anything about like, hey, let's create an inflation expectation. They created an inflationary scenario that created an inflation expectation that they are now propagating, right? They push that even more. So when I say they created that situation, it was in conjunction with the government, the severing of the supply chain and the issuance of stimulus checks. Now, the Federal Reserve didn't do any of that. They didn't cut the government. The government didn't, like, the Federal Reserve didn't shut the government down or shut the economy down. The government did that, right? And they didn't issue out stimulus checks. The government did that, right? Those were both fiscal policies that took place. Now, the Federal Reserve did facilitate that by going into the massive quantitative easing. So now these two did work in those two kind of like that relationship to make that happen. But ultimately, it was the new low neutral interest rate that was creating the problem. See, they could have had a low inflationary scenario if they could have dropped that in interest rate far enough below neutral to stimulate the economy. But they couldn't do it. Right? The neutral interest rate had fallen dramatically. The main reason why it had fallen is because of the low inflation expectations. So it's not like they needed the inflation expectation. What they needed was the room to stimulate the economy by dropping the interest rates far enough below neutral. But since they couldn't do that, they needed to raise the neutral interest rate. The only way that you can raise the neutral interest rate is by having a higher inflation and an inflation expectation. So that's like what the Federal Reserve was ultimately up to when it comes to their conducting a monetary policy now. They needed that inflation expectation to remain elevated for a significant amount of time, to keep the interest rates elevated for a significant amount of time. If they don't do that, then the neutral interest rate won't rise. Right? Like you can go ahead and run the Fed funds rate up to 7, you can run inflation, or inflation could be running really rampant, but if it's only there for a moment and it comes back down, It doesn't do anything to the neutral interest rate. The neutral interest rate needs time. It needs time in the system, and it needs elevated inflation expectations and elevated inflationary scenarios to keep the interest rates elevated to pull that neutral interest rate up. That's what the Federal Reserve is up to. Like, they can care less about the inflation expectation, I think. Like, they could care less about it, I believe, if they were able to drop the Fed funds rate far enough below neutral. But since they can't do that, now the inflation expectation is a big deal to them. They're like, okay, well, let's get that thing elevated. Let's get the inflationary scenario elevated. Let's get the interest rates elevated. Let's maintain that situation for a while, and then we'll observe the neutral interest rate begin to rise because of that. And that's ultimately what it comes down to, you know? I mean, so, like, did they really want inflation? I don't think they really want inflation. I think what they want is to be able to conduct monetary policy in a fashion which that typically people would expect from them, which is the dropping of interest rates. That's what I think that they want. But because the neutral interest rate is so low, they can't do it. They have to have an inflation expectation or an elevated one in order to raise or fix the neutral interest rate to a higher rate that it would actually make it more effective for their monetary policies. Does that, I don't know, does that kind of clear it up or make sense on it? Like, it's, you know, if the Fed was to come out and say, hey, we have a problem with the neutral interest rate in conducting our monetary policy. If they were to clearly communicate that out there, their job would come to an end, and people they would be fired, right? They would lose everything. They would lose the credibility, they would lose the confidence, they would lose it all, and they wouldn't be able to work anymore. So there was no way in the world were they going to come out and say, "Hey, we got a problem here, yo." Like, they can't do that. The moment that they do that, they lose it all. They lose everything. And so it's very important that their communication is one of, we know what we are doing, right? Because they do know what they are doing. However, what it is that they are communicating what they are doing is not what they are really doing, right? But people don't realize it, so they look at this, what the Federal Reserve is doing, as a mistake, as a problem, as not the correct form. Because they don't really understand what it is that the Fed is attempting to do. Because really what they're doing is something in the background that is very different from what is being communicated out there to the public and to the people. Like, how many times have you heard any economists out there talk deeply about the neutral interest rate, about how important this particular rate is to the Federal Reserve in conducting of their monetary policy? Hardly anybody. You can find some articles talking about the neutral interest rate, and some people do give some opinion about it, but for the most part, and hardly anybody ever brings it up and doesn't discuss it. And if you don't discuss it, then you're not giving all the information there is to understand what it is that the Federal Reserve is doing with their policy. It's critical. All right? Gosh, look at all these people who are joining the channel. Thank you so much, man. We got people who are re-signing up, who are becoming new members to the channel. Thank you so much for joining. All right, finally joined. Everyone should join tonight. Yes, absolutely. Go join the channel. Like, I mean, here's the thing, guys. I put out the channel. I put out the membership for the channel at $1 a month. Why? Because I think $1 a month is even more than what should be charged for information that is free. All right? But I want the support from the viewers. I want the support from the viewers in order to elevate this channel into a higher level for me, so I could get away from that W-2 and everything else. My goal is 10,000 members to the channel. I got 10,000 people sending me $1 a month. Okay? Think about it. It's almost insignificant to you, right? $1 a month, $12 a year, $120 for a decade. $120 for 10 years of information that I work incredibly hard to come up with, to provide for you, to bring to this channel for $1, right? So the value of this is extremely, extremely high, right? But what I charge for it is very low. I do this because I'm trying to add an ability for building a community that can support this channel in a very minimal effort, right? and I think it's working. So let's get it up to 10,000 members to the channel. Have 10,000 people sending me $1 a month to keep this channel independent, to keep it away from those, sponsorships, to have the viewers be the ones who are sponsoring the channel, to keep it in this form, right? This is my goal. So I appreciate everybody who's doing this, who's become a member. All right, wobbles, $5. Golly, guys, I don't know how much more I can take. I can hardly speak anymore. All right, this is incredible. I've gone almost 4 hours now. Inflation was also driven by debt-created purchasing power escaping from the financial system and in the churn of assets during Rona decade of QE escaped. Yeah, I mean, the debt creation is definitely the problem with asset prices going up, right? If you have a lot of debt creation and the quantitative easing happening, you are going to find irrational exuberance taking place, where you're going to find asset prices just moving up. The unfortunate situation is that in order to stop that, the pain that people experience starts screaming at the government to do something about it. And we experienced that very thing during the great financial crisis. Like, everybody flipped out, and, Obama's was like, hey, we stepped away from the brink. Well, that brink was going to fix the problems, right? It was going to clear out all the bad investment, all the bad undergrowth. I mean, a bunch of it happened anyway, but not significant enough to change the way that the situation was going to end up. And that situation means that the wedge was going to get driven even more as that new money poured ever increasingly more into the system, which didn't step us away from the brink. It drilled the wedge even deeper, right? I mean, I guess it did step away from the brink, but it made the problem that much worse as far as the inequality. Obama didn't do anything to help that, right? I mean, the whole administration was like a complete it was, I mean, I don't even want to get into the political aspect of it, but it was all there for the banker, right? It wasn't for the people at all. It was completely to save the system. It's completely about the corporations and the bankers and the government, and had nothing to do with benefiting the people. And that's what's sad about it, is that all the people just absolutely love Obama. He opens his mouth, doves fly out, and everybody just loves him, right? And I'm just like, whatever. I mean, he just drove the wedge ever harder for you to ever increasingly get into the other side of the wedge. But that's okay, man. I guess you could love that dude, Man, all these people joining the channel, thank you so much. We got Chris and P Nice. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for joining the channel. All right, guys, what do we do? Are we going to go? Do you want to push it? I mean, we got 1,050 likes. 1,050 likes. Oh my gosh, there's only 348 people watching. I can't believe 1,050 likes have come through on this channel. This is so amazing on this live stream. I don't know, guys. What are we going to do? Are we going to stick it out? I mean, I got to go inside at some point, right? I mean, it's like, it's getting dark. It's nighttime. All right, I tell you what, we are 3 hours, 46 minutes into this. We might as well get it up to 4 hours, okay? I mean, what's the difference now? Let's go ahead and take it to 4 hours. If in the next 14 minutes, if I can even say the words, if we can do it in the next 14 minutes, we get it up to 1,100 likes, right? That's 40 likes, right? We're at 1060 now. We get 40 likes in the next 14 minutes. We get it to 1,100. We'll go on. We'll continue on after 4 hours of live streaming. All right. Keep me out here, man. Keep it going. All right. I'm so happy for you, bro. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Push it to the limit. Yeah, that's what we're doing here, man. I mean, I'm slurring my words. It's funny because like I'm trying to speak properly, but I can't do it. Like the words are just not forming out anymore. It's so funny. All right. More likes. Yes, we need more likes. We're at 1072. We're almost there. I like the stream, you bones. All right. 4 hours. I know, man. Like, I gotta go pee soon. All right, Mr. Beast, Fortnite, Andrew Tate, Logan Paul, Tyson, 1,100 likes. I love it. See, he's putting all those in there because then, like, the algorithm will start spreading it around for more people to find the video. All right, Simon, have you had a chance to look into the World Fair that we discussed in the previous stream? I didn't. I really should. Simon's car battery is going to die. It's, it might. I don't know. It might. Do I have my keys? I don't even have my keys in here, so I can't start it. Bailouts for them, foreclosures for you. Simon making history the only way that Simon can. Yeah, that's it, man. I mean, how many people out there are gonna do a 4-hour live stream talking about economics from a old '99 Ford Explorer on a Saturday night? Well, maybe on a Saturday night, but really from the Ford Explorer, nobody, right? I'm the only one. Oh God, my leg is so stiff. This is awesome, guys. I'm loving it. All right. Anyone know the company of GTN, which is the most TV stations with book value of 20.66 worth? Then Friday close, $4.92, which pays 0.08 dividend each month. Huh. I'm not familiar with that one. Your bladder is bigger than mine. Yeah. Well, I peed before I came out here, but Simon is connected to a container. No bathroom breaks needed. I am not. I am really feeling it too. That's one of the reasons why we're gonna have to end this. Alright. Damn, man. Coming home from the party listening. Everyone invest in your employer stock purchase programs at max. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that I've like really need to take advantage of myself. I have like an employer contributing 401k to max that out to get as much employer contribution into it. It's like free money. Like, why wouldn't you do it? Like, they're sending money, they're matching you, right? Like, why wouldn't you do that? So that's definitely one that I want to take more advantage of. I need to go out to Astoria, Greater Oregon myself. Yeah, you do, Benny. Come out and hang out. All right. Wish Hyder and Brody were here for the for the 1K. Yeah, they're missing it, aren't they? Well, I totally get it. Brody was here earlier. He's got another life. He can't always be here for every video, especially a 4-hour one. All Nighter's gonna miss it, man. He would have been here for it. All Nighter, he would pull it off. He would keep going all night too, and yeah, he would totally be excited to see 1,100 view or 1,100 like video. Dub, thank you so much for the $20, man. You guys are so generous. We got this super chats up to $125.95. You guys are just so awesome. Thank you. I am late to the 4-hour party, but I appreciate you. I really enjoy watching your videos and hearing your insights, even if we don't agree on everything. No, that's the point, Dub. Thank you so much for the $20. And that's one of the things, like, we don't want to be in a discussion where everybody agrees, right? That's not like that's not where information is found or discovered or ideas are made when everybody is in agreement. Like, I am not in agreement with a lot of people out there. Like, I disagree with most of the time with most of the things that I hear from most people, right? Oops. Now, that being said, I don't look at that disagreement as an argument, right? Like, that disagreement is not an argument. The disagreement says, I see it differently. Now, how do you see it, right? Because the way you see it might actually be better than the way I see it, or you might have information that I'm not thinking of that then will, like, lead me to change the way that I am viewing it. But I wouldn't know that unless you disagree with me, right? I would never find that information out. And just like a lot of things out there, might say something of like, well, you're not thinking of this. Well, okay, that might be the case. And if that was stated in a way that I feel is profound, then I might go and research it. But then again, a lot of times somebody say, well, you're not thinking of this. And it's like, no, I did. I did think of that. And I did incorporate that idea into it. And I find it that is not useful information. Right? And so this is the way it's done, right? Through discussions and disagreeing. Like, Okay, I see your point there, but I don't agree because of these reasons, right? And then you just flip these rings around. Eventually, you form an opinion, right, on what it is that's happening or what it is you need to do. All right. Okay, where are we at? I can hardly see. I love the lumber updates. It's better than commodity newsletter. Yeah, you bet, man. I love the lumber updates too. And I love the lumber updates because of how informative they are and how useful that information really can be for people. Like, you can talk about, eating bugs and stuff like that, but it doesn't really change anything about your life. Understanding what's going to happen with the lumber prices, lumber futures, the availability of lumber, the depletions, the whatever, all that stuff can have a very major impact on your life. If you're building a house, if you're running a business, if you're, looking to do a remodel, something, that is very useful information. And that's one of the reasons why I love doing those lumber videos, is because of how useful that information can be. Putting out good, useful information, being useful and positive, informative, honest, right? You do those things, you put that out there to the world will send you stuff back. Like, it'll just naturally come back to you, very much like what's happening tonight on this channel, with everybody hitting the like button and sending the super chats and joining the channel, right? You put out good energy, efforts, ideas, thoughts, and put it in a way that is useful to the people, then it's rewarded, right? Like, I don't have to try and think, what do I need to do to make money off of this? All I have to do is think, how do I get this useful information and ideas out there to the people? And that's the only thing I'm concerned about. Everything else will take care of itself. Right? You have to position yourself in order to receive it, right? I mean, I had to set up the channel, make it monetize, be able to do it. But then it's not a matter of like trying to go get the money. It's a matter of putting the useful information out there, and then naturally everything else will occur on its own. Alrighty, cutting through the minutia. All right, I found out a lot from Alan Watt, cutting through the matrix. You created a podcast that people will voluntarily pay for. Yeah, thank you, Eric. Yeah, I really did. You know, and that's what's awesome about it, right? Is that I'm not trying to like guarantee you a sell on something. Like, you take my information and you are going to be able to become a millionaire real estate investor, right? No, you're not for me, right? That's not going to happen. But what you are going to do is you're going to be able to understand monetary policy. You're going to be able to understand this information that is now useful, internalized in your being, that you can now look at your job, at your business, at your investments, at your opportunities in a way that is much different and much more profound than listening to a bunch of economists out there tell you about how effed up everything is, right? Yeah, sure, it's effed. What are you going to do about it? You don't know, because you don't have the information in which that you need to deal with, right? That's what this channel is doing. It's teaching. Not only am I learning how to do it, but I'm also showing and teaching other people what it is that I have learned about monetary policy through the efforts of, these speeches and these videos and stuff like that. By doing that, I have now found people, and you see them here on the chat all the time in the comment section, saying, thank you, man. After listening to your videos for the last few years, I finally understood what it is that's happening. Made my first silver purchase. I'm getting into rental properties. I'm buying into investments. I'm building up a savings. I'm getting out of debt. They're talking about all these wonderful things that are happening within their lives. And they say, thank you, dude. I never would have done this if it wasn't for your videos. And I'm so taken back by that. And I'm like, man, thank you for listening. Like, I'm so glad it's helping and it's benefiting your life, man. And thank you for listening. That's it, man. See how the symbiotic relationship is working? We don't, like, how powerful is that? It's amazing. I really like this mindset that you put forth all the time. The fundamentals let me, God, I can hardly read, guys. Let me with other things in my life, like my love like my love life. Yeah. No, I get what you're saying there. I'm mumbling. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to form my words, but this is coming to an end. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this much longer, but this is it, man. Like, you internalize the information, you start looking at it for yourself, you stop blaming the externals out there, and you start, coming up with ideas of what it is that you really need to do with your life that is incorporating this information in a way that is useful but not scary or intimidating. You just find that naturally it just occurs, like the good things in your life, much like your love life. Like, even I found my love life with my own wife. Like, I mean, we've been together 30 years, we've been through a lot. I find myself closer to her now than I ever have been. Right? Like, it's amazing. Like, I didn't think I could get any closer to my wife after 30 years. No, we're finding like we can even be closer than we have ever been. Right? This is like, it's from raising those vibrations up, finding a better life. Simon, you want me to end it for you? No, I think we're gonna be able to end it here if we can't get 9 more likes. If we don't get 9 likes in the next minute, we're gonna end it. Okay, we're gonna end at 4 hours into it. If we have 1,100 views, we'll continue on, right? But we're almost done. We have 30 seconds left. We need 8 more likes. 5 more likes, right? And we're gonna end the stream, and we're gonna go pee, and we're gonna, go crash out for a while because it is late. We just hit 1,100. 1,100. You guys had 28 seconds. You had 28 seconds. You got it there. 1,100. All right. 15 more minutes. All right. You get 4 hours and 15 minutes out here. It's incredible. Oh my God. 1,100 likes on a live stream with 300 people watching. So awesome. You guys are just incredible. All right, 1,100. The community is amazing, isn't it? It's just like, go to bed already. I know, right? You guys are just so cool, man. I can't stop. All right, you will never sleep, I don't matter. I don't sleep anyway. Keep going, Simon. I know. I'm still going. All right. Great job, everyone. Yeah, thank you, everybody, for being here. I mean, this is just incredible. I never would have thought when I came out here, I was thinking, okay, well, I'll blast it out for a half hour or so, talk about how the marijuana industry is like, not the greatest industry to invest in, and to not think that we would be out here for 4 hours. Wow. All right. Benny says, Simon, I tried asking the question earlier. Okay, here, let's go. What are your thoughts on friendshoring, which is basically manufacturing being moved out of Asia, China, Vietnam to North America, mainly Mexico? Well, I think that's a natural thing that's occurring anyway, just because of, if you can, like, there's a couple of ways that you can go about looking at it. One of them is the cheapest manufacturer out there, like the cheapest labor cost, land cost, energy cost, wherever you can manufacture the product cheaper, then generally that's where the manufacturer wants to go. But then there's another added cost that goes into it, and that's the transportation cost, or the amount of transportation that is available. Right? So you think about it, when there might have been all kinds of products sitting over in China, but there wasn't anybody to ship it over because they were all blocked up at the ports, not being unloaded. So now you have a transportation issue that is happening, and you can't get the manufactured goods away from the nation now, or away from that particular state. So when it comes to like friendshoring, like you're saying, like bringing manufacturing closer to Mexico, even though Mexico might have, like right now, the ability to manufacture cheaper with labor costs or land costs or energy costs or something like that, it's it's to me, it's more even being closer to the customer, right? So if you're going to manufacture something, the distance that it takes to get to the customer itself, shortening that up is profit, right? So that's added cost that goes into it that is now being alleviated by getting closer to the customer. So this is one of the reasons why I think Mexico is going to end up being a pretty powerful manufacturing state if this situation continues with China having a higher standard of living and losing its manufacturing, And the United States certainly not helping matters with China. I mean, as far as help, it doesn't matter. It's not help. I'm not considering it help or whatever. But it's certainly not doing well for China to have all the tariffs that are put on Chinese products coming into the United States. That is going to then say to the Chinese manufacturers, well, let's get out of China and go find someplace else. Even if it's a Chinese-owned company, they can then take their manufacturing base over to Mexico, have a Chinese-owned manufacturer in Mexico. See, like, we're actually facing this in the United States right now. There is Canadian mills, like the big Canadian mills. These guys are huge. Like, I don't think people realize how massive these particular groups are. Like, you got Interfor, West Fraser, gosh, I don't know. There's just tons of them. Why can't I think of them? My mind is just drawing a blank right now. Canfor, gosh, I mean, you can just go on and on, right? These mills are huge. Like, you talk about huge companies. These guys are massive, right? Interfor has operations taking place in the United States. This is a Canadian-owned mill operating in the United States. And in fact, I think they have more mills operating in the United States than they have operating in Canada. So Canadian-owned mills operating, manufacturing, producing in the United States. Right? Now, what's the great advantage for that? These people don't have to pay tariffs, right? So a Canadian-owned mill set up shop in the United States, they don't have to pay tariffs. All right. Curious about your thoughts on the cost of producing them because China makes a ton, which are actually decent, but I try to support the U.S. biz, and the workmanship seems better. Are we talking, what are we talking? Okay, here we go. Let me back it up here. I spent $2.5K on a nice US made guitar. Still felt overpriced, but the workmanship is worth it. At the least, it feels this way. Made of maple, rosewood, and mahogany. Well, okay, so there is something to be said for quality, right? So if you can't get the quality from this other nation, it doesn't matter how many they produce or how cheap it is. If you're looking for something of higher quality, they don't do it, right? But that's a luxury item, right? Buying something of higher quality like that, it's a move into luxury. It's not a necessity, but a luxury. And that's actual one of the reasons, and I'm not saying anything against you because owning a beautiful guitar is, something that you probably well deserve in your life and you should own it. But it's the fact that you are moving into luxuries that is the reason that the issues start to happen, right? Now, that luxurious purchase that you had made here in the United States is awesome for the United States. And it would totally be great if everybody had that sort of mindset and kept those wonderful, luxurious purchases that were made for the United States in the United States. But I guarantee you, if more people were buying those beautiful, well-made guitars, somebody outside of the United States is going to build one just as good for slightly cheaper, right? And granted, there ain't nobody out there because there's really no competition against what it is that the United States is producing for the other citizens for the American people, right? High quality cars like what the United States makes can only have a competition of a cheap car coming in. If you try and build a quality car that's the comparative to like what the United States is doing, it's going to be very difficult to do that, right? By the time you get the transportation and labor and everything else that comes into it, those cars are not going to be nearly as competitive or as well wanted or desired as the very comparable American car is. But you bring in a cheap car, pretty soon nobody wants the American one anymore. They want the cheaper one. Right? But again, somebody might say, I want a good, high-quality American-made car, right? And then make the conscious choice to go out there and buy that particular car. Other people, most people who are looking for a car because they are absolutely in need of a car because they need transportation, is going to go for the cheapest, most fuel-efficient one that they can find, most likely coming from foreigners. So again, like, when it comes to quality, like, I mean, that move into luxury is human nature, right? Like, I want a high quality, beautiful Camaro, right? I mean, I want it. Like, I want it to be a nice car. I don't want some cheap Camaro. I want the nice Camaro. I want the expensive one, or else I don't want one. I want the nice one. Okay? But again, like being in a position in which that I shouldn't really be buying into luxuries. If I was to buy into luxuries, that would be very damaging to my life right now. So understanding it on a massive scale, like, if everybody moves into buying Camaros, it's going to be very damaging. Right? People have to move into production and savings. And again, I don't know. I'm starting to babble here a little bit on that, but but you're just like, there's some things that Americans just do too. They just do well. They just do way, way well at. Like, it's just like we are a manufacturer of high quality things. That's what we manufacture. Cheap stuff, that's made by other people. But when it comes to quality things, if you're buying American, generally you're buying something that's of higher quality than what other people can produce, and you're going to pay for it. And it does keep the money in house, right? It keeps the money local. But most people don't do that. They go to the cheapest products. All right, $4.99. Happy Father's Day, Simon. I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Lindsay from Rhode Island, you're my favorite YouTuber. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $4.99, and I really thank you for the Father Day wishes as well. I appreciate all the fathers out there and all the people who are contributing to the channel and being part of this community, man. Thank you so much. Okay, 1,110 people have hit the like button. 328 likes, or 328 people with 1,110 likes, $130 in super chats. The Uneducated Economist is losing his ability to form words, going at it for 4 hours and 15 minutes straight. Just incredible. Thank you all for being here. I keep saying it over and over, but thank you. Any thoughts at all on the euro dollar? I don't know. Like, I don't know, like, I don't know, any questions? I mean, I don't focus in too much on other monetary policies. I don't, like, I mean, I try to keep an eye on them, but I am so focused in on what's taking place within the United States, it makes it very difficult to stay focused on that while then in looking in at these other currencies and what it is that they have planned on doing. I have very little doubt that the United States is going to be the very last one to ease policy. Like, all the rest of the nations out there will ease first, and then the United States will ease in the end. And so I think about, like, what these other nations are moving towards, right? It's not to be unexpected. Like, I figured this was probably going to end up being the case, that these guys would end up moving first. Ultimately, it comes down to the United States, right? They're the ones who hold the world reserve currency. They're the ones who have to fix monetary policy to the point that they can now adjust interest rates to stimulate the economy again. They have to create the situation in which that they are able to conduct themselves on a world scale. So they're far more important than any other nation is out there when it comes to the world transactions, the world currency, and what's going to happen on a global scale. The Eurozone and the euro dollar and, all that is incredibly, incredibly impactful and important to the United States. The amount of debts that are written outside of the United States, right? These are debts that are written by foreign nations, foreign corporations, don't have anything to do with their government, have nothing to do with our banks, nothing to do with the corporations, nothing to do with the people, but yet these are contracts that are written and due in dollars. These contracts get used for transactions. So they are literally creating dollars by writing up the contract themselves. Okay? And now this is really important to understand, because this is really where the dollar starts to find its strength when people say, I want to get out of the dollar. Well, to get out of the dollar means you need to get acquired dollars first in order to clear that contract out. That creates demands for dollars to clear the contract. Once you have cleared the contract, that takes dollars out of the system again. So you think about how this will strengthen over time. Literally, if people want to get out of the dollar, right, because of all the contracts that were written outside of the United States that are doing dollars, it will create a strengthening dollar that will then be more devastating to the people than they could ever possibly imagine. at that time, people are going to look at it saying the dollar is done, that it's going to lose its position, or it's going to fail and become weak or something of that nature. It's going to be very opposite of what most people are thinking. All right, not your problem. Thank you for the $1.99. Just joined 4-hour stream. Holy, right? I know, man. Thank you so much for joining in on the stream. Thank you very much for the $1.99. I'm sorry if you just joined, because we are going to end this here pretty soon. I mean, I know you guys want to stick it out. You guys want to keep going. But we do have to eventually end this live stream, and I'm gonna have to end it here at 4:15, mainly because I gotta go pee. All right, and I want to go lay down, and it's tired. It's late. It's like what, 10:30. We've been going at it all evening here. My family is probably just blown away that I've been sitting in my car this whole time, but they're probably also not surprised by it. So, no, I hear you. Right, it's got to happen. All right. Why do women cost so much money? Why do women cost so much money? They don't. They don't cost money. They don't cost any money. The problem that most people end up having is that they think that they have to have money or spend money or do stuff like that to impress or to get the attention of women. That's not even it. Like, literally, women are attracted to strength. That's it, right? Strength. Strong mentally, physically, emotionally, everything that goes with it. They want somebody who's strong, right? Somebody who is confident and strong. And so it doesn't matter how much money you make. It literally doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much fame or popularity or any of that stuff out there. All that stuff is inconsequential. You have to be strong and you have to be confident. And by having those two things, in literally not giving a shit. That's the other thing. Like, to be completely disconnected, from any, like, anything else out there. Like, like the rest of the world could really be meaningless except for what it is that you have going on. Right? It is the only important thing that you have is your goals, your ambitions, your stuff, right? You are driven to do what it is that you got going on in your life. That's attractive to anybody. Like, I don't, not just women, as is anybody. You look at anybody who's driven and driving, going on their goal and working hard and making it happen and like pissed on the rest of the world. I don't care. Like, I am going forward with what it is that I got, happening here. Everybody looks at that and go like, man, dude, that dude is working. That dude is doing it, right? Everybody finds appreciation for that. That's what the women like. They don't care about money. Money is nice. Like, the reason why people like think that women like money is because women also like spontaneity, right? They like things to be spontaneous and like happening right now. They're emotional creatures who like to feel good about things. So people with money can be spontaneous, and so a lot of times they end up associating that women like money. The women don't like money. They like spontaneity. They like fun, right? They like, girls just want to have fun, right? They write songs about it and stuff. And so that's really what it comes down to. You don't have to have money. You just have to be spontaneous. You have to be strong, and you have to be confident. That's it. Women will like you. All right. This a really, really great explanation about women, or I don't know. I don't know anything about women. I just know my wife. All right. Totally attached to strength. The women that are loud online are not real women. Real women are not online talking to the camera. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with that. Like, women aren't noisy. That's it. Like, I mean, I'm not saying women aren't noisy. Women are noisy. A good woman isn't noisy, right? I mean, I'm not saying that noisy women aren't fun or like even friendly, like fun to have friends or something like that, right? But yeah, women aren't noisy, right? They don't like. I work hard, right? I work hard to try and get all this stuff done and get it. Like, when I come home, my wife is like, she's very supportive. Hey, you know, how was your day at work? Do you need anything? You want me to get you a glass of water? You know, whatever. It's like, she's very like, you know, very supportive when I get there. If I came home and she was just like, how come you didn't in that, you know, like this bitching attitude or something like that, I don't have time for it. Like, I do not work hard all day to try and acquire the things it is that is going to be making us into a better, finer place in life, to come home and then fight again. Like, I'm not doing that. Like, I see people do that. I've done it in my life. We used to have that kind of communication. It doesn't work like that. We're not doing that anymore. Right? This is it. Like, you know, the whole thing about equality, like, it's equal. It's not. We're not equal. We're not the same thing. We're not the same creatures on this planet. We're not equal. Right? And so, to understand it, there's just certain things that, you know, just need to be done in a way that creates the energy that is where everybody wants to be. Right? There's masculine energy, there's feminine energy. Right? If you are in the masculine energy, she will have no other choice but to be in the feminine energy. This is the natural position in which that people want to be in. And when you're in that natural position, things just work swimmingly. The moment that you say, oh no, you can't behave this way, or you shouldn't be like that, or whatever, or we have to be in like this equal feelings and stuff. No, it doesn't work like that. It just doesn't work. Like, some people might be able to make it work like that, but to push on society, that's the way it should happen, is completely wrong. That is not the way it goes down. Right? There's energies to everything. Masculine energy and feminine energy, and they have to exist in that fashion, right? And it doesn't have to be continued like 100% this way. No, it's generally speaking, this is how it goes down, right? Women are nurturers, men are providers. It naturally feels good to do that. Why would you do it any other way, right? It's just like, that's what we want to do, you know, as humans. All right, guys. This was a ton of fun. I loved it. We were out here for 4 hours and 20 minutes, way longer than anybody had ever anticipated or thinking that this was going to go. We got so many likes, 1,126 likes. Oh my gosh, I don't think I've had a live stream ever get even half that many likes before. I mean, that's just incredible. So thank you all for being here. Thank you, everybody. This was one hell of a great chat. We talked about so many different things. It was probably one of the greatest communications that has happened within the comment section that in a very long time. So thank you all for participating on that. Thank you very much for being so generous with those super chats. $132.93 in super chats. Just amazing. So generous of you guys. And then all the joining to the members, right? The membership to the channel. Man, you're going to love it. Thank you for joining the channel. We're going to do, probably not this week. I've been kind of a little bit backed up on some of the things that I want to get done, especially for the members only videos. But we're going to do some member only videos here coming up. You know, we're going to try and at least get one done a week, if not two, you know, to kind of make up for some of them that I haven't done. But there's plenty of members only videos to go through, so you can watch, you know, all kinds of really good information coming from the Federal Reserve, talking about monetary policy and how it is that they are planning on conducting themselves going into the future. There's still lots of stuff out there. So thank you for joining the channel, and I hope you get some good value out of those membership only videos. What else can I say? Man, I think I've said it all, man. You know, you guys are wonderful. I don't want to end the stream, but it's got to end. It's got to end at some point, right? And this is it. So I'm going to say goodnight, everybody. Really appreciate you being here. I can't believe how long it's went, how much we got going on here. It's just been incredible. So thank you. I'm going to read a few more comments, and then we're going to end the stream. All right. I heard Simon is gifting member subscriptions. I haven't, but that's actually kind of a good idea. All right, looking forward to digging into all the membership stuff. Hey, I really appreciate you, P. Nice, man. I hope you get some good value out of it. Like I said, you know, it's boring topics, but we got to dive through this boring stuff. I try to make it entertaining. We try to make it fun, but we get through that information. Once we get through it, we have internalized it. Now we have better information to conduct ourselves with. So, yeah, I hope you enjoy them. You're going to get robbed at gunpoint if you don't watch yourself. I don't know what they would get off of me. Even if you were to rob me at gunpoint, you know, I might have a couple ounces of silver on me or something like that, so you might get away with that. But I don't really have anything to steal, so I don't know what you would get. You know, you get my UE hat. That would be a bummer. You know, yeah, but that's like I don't have anything to steal. You know. All right, LP Trades. Thank you for joining the channel. All right, not your problem. Thank you for the $1.99. Thank you so much for your hard work. Good night. All righty, guys. I think I'm going to leave it on that. Good night, guys. Another channel, another member to the channel. Thank you. Byron Lean. I'm sorry if I'm screwing up the name. You guys are awesome, man. I don't want to end it, but I got to end it. All right. So thank you everybody for being here. Thank you so much. This has been just an incredible live stream to be, you know, to have conducted tonight, to have you all be part of it. It was just an amazing experience. A lot of great conversations. So much fun. Thank you. Uneducated Economist. You guys let me know. Oh, hold on. There was a quick question. How do we join the channel? There's a link down in the description of the video, so you can go and check it out there. You can also go to the homepage of the Uneducated Economist, and you can find links to it there. All right. Thanks, you guys. Uneducated Economist. You let me know.